Morning, everyone. We are going to start probably about 5 minutes late simply because we had an unexpected bridge out. And I know people are trying to navigate which direction to go. So we're going to wait about 5 more minutes. We need to make sure at least a couple of our chairs are here. So thanks. Morning, everyone. Welcome to the County Board meeting for May 15th, 2025. We'll call this meeting to order. Member Ortiz will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlotman. Ogala. Pretzel.
Here.
Butler.
Here.
Newquist. Balich.
Here.
Oxley.
Here.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Present.
Freeman. Revis. Mitchell.
Here.
Ortiz. Berkowitz.
Here.
Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Here.
With 18 members present, we have a quorum. I need a motion to place on file the certificate of publication. Motion by Mitchell, seconded by Costa. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. And Van Dyne.
Yes.
18 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Can I get a motion to approve the April 17th board meeting minutes? Motion by Mitchell, seconded by Costa, previous roll call by Balich, seconded by Brooks. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I need a motion to approve the minutes from the April 17th executive session. Motion by Freeman, seconded by Mitchell, previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Brooks. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, will you please acknowledge elected officials and media present today?
This morning, we have County Executive Jennifer Bertino Tarrant, County Clerk Annette Parker, Treasurer Tim Brophy, and Media Michelle Mullins with the Daily Southtown.
Thank you. Moving on to public comment. This time we invite the public to comment on any agenda items. If there's anyone here from the public to speak on any agenda items, you can come forward now. If it's not an agenda item, we will there's opportunity at the end of the meeting. So, oh, this is not for the public hearing either. The public hearing is the land use cases that we will hear. I'm sorry. Yep, thank you. This is public comment for agenda items outside of land use issues. Once, twice. All right, very good. All resolutions and ordinances have been returned from the April 17th, signed and returned from the April 17th board meeting. Seeing no old business, no new business, we're going to move right into Chair Pretzel and Land Use Committee.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I'd like to make a motion to open public hearing for all land use cases.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Van Dyne. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Van Dyne.
Yes.
We are now in public hearing. Please be advised, absolutely no new evidence or information will be allowed once this land use public hearing is closed. So any individuals who'd like to speak and provide testimony can please come up. I ask that you please state your name and for reference, the case, so the board members can identify which resolution you're referring to. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Butch Ryan. I am here for ZC-24-117. I'm here on behalf of the IBEW Local 176 in Joliet, Illinois, in a show of support for this project to be completed. I have a letter of intent from the developer to use 100% union local labor to facilitate the building of this project. And I would like to ask you take that into consideration when you're asked to vote on this project. These folks have been very good to work with. So I would like to ask your support in this project moving forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to the next person. Thank you very much.
Sorry, we're in hearing. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Ryan.
I'm sorry, do you have
Yeah,
a
I
question?
forgot. That was my mistake. We're in hearing, so yeah. Am I correct, right? You have a question of Mr. Ryan, right? Yeah, go on. Oh, you're not on, sorry.
Good morning, sir. You
Morning.
said that they were using 100% of labor. How many jobs is that?
That should
Roughly.
entail in total approximately 50 to 60 folks for a duration of about 4 to 5 months.
Thank you.
Mr. Butler, you have a question of this gentleman as well? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, that, yeah, I just turned it off for you then. All right, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robin Ellis. I'm the Assistant Village Administrator and Community Development Director for the Village of New Lenox. Unfortunately, Mayor Balderman was not able to attend today, but I'm representing the village. When this county special use came before our village
Can you,
board.
the zone case, so just.
Oh, I'm
yep,
sorry.
that's-
It is ZC 24-117 on Gauger Road. This case was presented to our Plan Commission and Village Board earlier this year, and the board recommended unanimously to object to this request for a number of reasons. First of all, it is not consistent with the village's comprehensive plan, nor is it consistent with the county's land resource management plan, which recognizes this area as suburban development, which encourages the county and the nearest municipalities to work together for developments that provide higher quality development for the area. Not only is this project not a high quality development, we are concerned that it will have issues with us implementing our comprehensive plan on the surrounding close to 300 acres that would be adjacent to this property. We've been very intentional in directing industrial development to the west side of Gauger Road and our Cherry Hill Business Park and other parcels. We've even discouraged industrial development on this particular piece. Our concern is that once this solar development goes in, the surrounding properties will be less attractive for residential development and will put pressure on us to put in industrial development or to approve industrial development that would have negative impacts on the surrounding area with regards to truck traffic, as well as possibly impacting existing residences. When the Planning and Zoning Commission discussed this, and same with the Land Use Committee, there was a lot of focus on the proximity of existing residents. And while we do acknowledge that the closest residents are close to a quarter mile away, our concern is that once this goes in, there will be no interest in residential development or adjacent to it. In order to promote and encourage residential development of this property, the village invested $4.5 million to extend Nelson Road, which is just to the east of this, but it was done in part to support residential development in this area. So on behalf of the Village of New Lenox, I'm asking the county board to please deny this request.
Chair?
Thank you, Madam Executive. Couple questions for you about this site. So why hasn't it already been developed as residential? And specifically, I'm asking about sewer and water and Joliet Highway extending from, Nelson to Gauger.
So the current property owners have owned the property for a number of years, and then they are residential developers. The last proposal we had from them was, I think, in 2008. And at that time, the expense of extending Nelson Road was one of the determining factors of why they didn't go forward, which is why the village ultimately stepped in and constructed that road. We are currently building a new wastewater treatment facility that will accommodate not only the wastewater from this area, but just for growth in the village. And that's a $140 million project. So we have done a lot to prep this area for residential development.
And you see probably pretty soon we'll start to see homes being built in that area?
That we had hoped that would be the case. Obviously, we don't control what the property owners are doing, but there's a lot of pressure for new residential development in New Lenox, and the available sites are getting fewer and fewer.
Thank you.
Member Bullock?
Asked and answered.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is James Brown. I'm the fire marshal for the New Lenox Fire District. I'm here to talk about case ZC 24-117. We agree with the village to oppose this development. We are not opposed to solar, but we're opposed to where this is going. The reason being, with the village's comprehensive plan, with the extension of Joliet Highway, from Nelson Road all the way through to Gauger, gives the fire department and other public safety entities another east-west route to get out to Gauger Road, which is a direct route to Silver Cross Hospital in need of an emergency. The other thing I would like to point out to the county board is that where this is located is near residential, and I'm also a resident of New Lenox. And my subdivision is just to the northwest of here. There's residents here today to talk about their impact with directly just to the north of them. But also where this is located is directly in between two major high schools in the county. To the north, Providence Catholic High School; to the south, Lincoln Way West High School. It will directly impact them if there is an emergency, a fire, or anything in that area that would be involved with the solar area. If you remember, about a year and a half ago, within the county, we had a mulch fire, and which is farther east and south of where this development is, and that affected the area schools, and also it was based in ground covering and everything that was on fire. And we were on the verge of closing the operating rooms at Silver Cross Hospital because of the fire in this development. This is much closer to the hospital, which could directly affect the high schools and the hospital. So we are looking, we are opposed to this development for those reasons. There's many other factors too. Just a few weeks ago, we had actually City of Joliet had a fire involving solar panels on the roof of a warehouse. And I can't say that, obviously, I'm not involved with that investigation, different entity, but it was involving solar panels. And if you receive from the news coverage, the thick black smoke that was coming from that could directly affect the surrounding area. So with the hospital and the two high schools directly would be impacted if something happened in this development. I don't have anything else unless you have any questions of me.
Uh, Do you have the right equipment to handle fire from solar panels?
We currently do not. This would be
So-
the first development in our district.
Right, so so that's going to impose a hardship on the taxpayers, I would assume, right? 'Cause they're gonna have
If
to
we,
pay for it.
if we had to purchase something to adequately serve this area, we would have to find money in our budget
So
in order to
they're
protect it.
impacted not only by safety, they're impacted also now by cost.
Yes, sir.
And cost usually isn't supposed to be part of what's important, but in this case, it's going to be a very high cost. And then
Very
training,
possibly, yes.
and then you got to have certain people trained for that.
Correct.
And, you know, there's a lot of problems associated with it without going into the actual solar panel stuff, because that's hazardous to the ground. So again, that could be contaminating groundwater. So that's another
Possible.
hardship.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to point all that out.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I thank you.
Thank you. Please add Member Ogala to the rolls and then Member Newquist.
Thank you. You mentioned, if I'm hearing you correctly, it sounded like you had some concerns about losing access to the extended roadway. Is there anticipated road closures with this project or?
No, with the village's comprehensive plan and extending Joliet Highway to the west to connect with Gauger Road, this project would directly impact that. Our east-west from the south would be Illinois Highway by Lincoln Way West, and then we go up to Haven to the north. That would be our next east-west access. But the way the development is going to the east, to have another east-west street to hook up with Gauger Road, to have that route to Silver Cross Hospital would if this project goes through, would impact us.
So you're saying that would not happen if this project went through?
And if the project didn't go through and the Village of New Lenox then extends that street all the way out to Gauger Road, it would be a good thing for us.
Right, but I guess what I'm asking is, are you saying that if this project went in, that extension would not happen?
That's a very good possibility. That extension would not happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ray Stanford. I am a resident of the Fieldstone subdivision. I'm here to talk about case ZC 24117. I did hand out a packet, brought packets for everybody. We just wanted to touch on some bullet points of that packet. The last two hearings that we had, I did hand out a packet at that time as well. There's been a couple additions to it. Exhibit 1 is a cover letter from the Fieldstone subdivision residents with a petition that we canvassed the neighborhood to find either support or opposition, and 100% of the available residents were opposed to this being in place, and 100% of the residents are convinced that this project would depreciate their property values. Moving on to Exhibit 1B, it is information to convey the vast potential of industrial building rooftop space that's available to utilize for solar energy harvesting. Will County currently has 225 million square feet of rooftop industrial space, which equates to 4,000 acres that could be utilized before valuable ground space. If only 50% of this rooftop space was utilized, it would be 32 times the size of this field that they're projecting to put on our valuable ground. Exhibit 2 is comprised of internet searches to explain the negative effect of residential property values surrounding utility grade solar fields. In the Will County Planning and Zoning Commission staff report on page 6, It states that, excuse me a second, the full impact of a solar farm facility on the property values of surrounding neighborhoods in Will County is in its infancy. Our neighbors and I have done research online to find information from states that have a long tenured data set because they've been building these for longer. Such as Massachusetts has been building since 2010, Rhode Island 2012, and they've had 14 and 12 years respectively to determine the effect of the surrounding residential property values. And they have found, on average, 1.5 to 3.6% depreciation of surrounding residential property values. And to make a note, and that is with homes that are within 0.6 miles of a solar field. And to note, all of this field subdivision is within a half mile of this proposed site. In addition, a ARS technical study found a 4% depreciation of property value in Minnesota, 5.8% North Carolina, 5.6% in New Jersey. An LSU study reported a 1.5 to 3.6 depreciation within 0.6 miles, which correlates with the other. But they also found that a 6.9% depreciation if you're within 0.466 miles or 750 meters. To do the math on a median home value of $400,000, at 1.5%, that's a $6,000 loss per home. $492,000 wiped out of our subdivision as soon as they break ground. At the median value of 3.6, that's $14,400 per home lost times 82 homes is $1.2 million wiped out of our subdivision. And if the high value for those homes that are closer than 750 meters, such as mine, and I know the 9 neighbors that I have that are against Haven Avenue on the other side of the road from this projected site, would be affected the most. 6.9% would be $27,000 per home, $2.26 million of neighborhood depreciation. The Exhibit 3 is a collection of information that we found on what is used to build solar panels. This is older information that we gave at the last 2 meetings, so I won't go into all that, but it explains all the different materials that are made. We have added Exhibit 3B, which is a 2024 Eagle Point, Oregon news story about 2 fires started by a Soltage LLC solar farm. Fire investigators determined both grass fires were caused by overheated electronic panels that failed and then subsequently dropped molten electronics onto the dried grass. American Union of Solar System Inspectors stated, solar panels cannot be fully de-energized. If the sun is shining, electricity is being produced within the panels. There is no off switch to stop electricity from being produced within the panels and the internal components. A weak physical connection between wires or components with a high current of electricity flowing through them can cause this overheating to melt the solar panels and cause these fires. Exhibit number 4 consists of internet searches to explain the wind speed tolerances of utility solar fields and the wind speeds of possible natural disasters that are conducive to the Midwest. Utility scale solar fields will typically withstand winds of 140 miles an hour. Some are designed to withstand 185 mile an hour in areas with frequent hurricanes. When the petitioner was asked during the May 1st Land Use Commission Committee meeting, what wind speed tolerance does your solar installation have? The only response was their solar fields are made to withstand hurricane winds. In the Midwest, we do not have hurricanes. And there are different categories of hurricanes with wind speeds ranging from 74 to 156 miles an hour, with the highest recorded wind speed of a hurricane being 215. The Midwest does, however, experience tornadoes more frequently than anyone would prefer. The wind speeds of tornadoes range from 65 to 200 plus mile an hour, with the highest recorded wind speed of 321 during an EF5 tornado. In memory of this area, I've lived in Will County my entire life. August of 1990, we had an EF5 tornado that struck Plainfield. The devastation was widespread, 29 deaths, 353 injured, not to mention a loss of property, which at that time cost $160 to $200 million to replace and rebuild. This proposed solar field site is only 17 miles from where the EF5 tornado struck our county. To assume this could not happen again in this area is dangerously optimistic. In the event that a strong tornado happens near this solar field, if built in this location, imagine the amplified amount of destruction to property and human lives that would be caused by 22,400 solar panels flying around our community at 300 miles an hour, not to mention the traveling public on I-80, which is only a half mile away from this site. Imagine even worse that the history repeats itself and it happens on a weekday at 3 p.m. when there's a high school full of our community's children, only a half a mile away from this proposed site to the south. In that, I have nothing else if anybody has any questions.
Looks like we have a few questions here, sir, and
Okay.
please add Member Trenier to the rolls. Member Berkowitz, you have a question for this gentleman? You're on. Oh, you turned yourself off.
Sorry, thank you. Actually, I may have a question. However, this is just, I'm wondering if anyone else is unable to open the staff reports for this item and number 5, and if there's someone from IT that can go in and unlock these because they don't open on my iPad. I'd like to be able to access the staff report for this case and for number 5. Is anyone available? Can staff find someone in IT? Thank you.
I think you have your chief of staff. Yeah. Well, you want to check with just her machine first, because I think we're looking at it. Yeah. Member Hickey.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Stansfield. I hope you don't mind. Can I ask a question of the state's attorney?
Regarding
Yes.
his statements?
Yes. So I'm listening to this testimony, and it is pretty compelling that there are concerns about this not being in compliance with the New Lenox's comprehensive plan, fire concerns, all of these safety concerns. My understanding is that, and forgive me, I don't remember the public act number, I think it was HB 4412, says the county board can't consider these things. Is that correct when we're voting?
So that's a question that is currently under litigation. We have 2 cases that are, well, we have 4 cases that are pending, 2 that we have fully briefed and argued and are waiting for a judge to decide on. And the opposing arguments are, that the statute was drafted to take that discretion away from counties on the one hand. On the other hand, the argument is, but the statute still specifically allowed the counties to provide for special uses, which under the statutes have a certain hearing process. So how can you reconcile those 2 concepts? We don't currently have a decision from the judge. So that's where it stands.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Member Ballard has a question for the witness.
You spoke a lot about wind and tornadoes and that type of thing. Would you consider that a hardship?
I would most definitely consider it a hardship being 3/10 of a mile away from 22,400 solar panels that could be swept up in a tornado. And the
Thank you.
extra damage that could do to the whole community.
Thank you.
Oh, one gone. All right. You're good, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Maureen Margulis. I'm a resident of Fieldstone subdivision. I'm here for case ZC 24117. I'm basically here just to speak against the solar field being approved. I feel that it does represent a hardship to our community. And I'm asking the board not allow Soldage to build a solar farm across the street from our homes. I worked in the commercial insurance industry for a number of years, 15, 16 years. And I looked at several insurance articles available online, and I don't think you can downplay the fire risk, whether it's grass fire, wildfire, or whatnot, caused by electrical components that malfunction or something just goes wrong with them due to an environmental factor, whatever it may be. They do see fire. The insurance industry does see fire as an emerging risk with the solar industry, which would be due to incidents or losses that they have seen. This, along with the decrease in our home values, as we've spoken to, and the hazard, is why we're asking the board to deny approval of the solar farm. I just wanted to make my statement so that everybody knows that, there are many residents opposing this. Fire is not to be downplayed, because it definitely is an emerging risk in this industry.
I think we have a question for you too, if you don't mind. Member Balich?
How close do you live to the solar panels?
I'm 2 doors down from Ray and Chris. That Ray
So
just.
does that,
I'm
in your
3 years
opinion, does that pose a hardship to you? Because
Yes,
you're
absolutely.
fearing for your family's health, safety?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, just want to make sure
Yeah.
that, you feel like there is a hardship
There
for
is a
your
hardship,
family,
yeah.
because if there's a fire, or if they have a wind issue and it blows and hits your house,
Right, we're
or
just.
whatever.
Yes, we're
Okay.
just north of where this solar farm will be. And if there is a fire, winds during the time when you're going to have a ground fire are going to be blowing out of the south, it will blow directly into our area.
And you don't know if that's hazardous smoke
It will
or
be.
what it is.
Sure, it will be.
So I can understand why you would fear for your family.
Yes,
And that would be a severe hardship.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Sandy Wheeler. I am also a resident for more than 25 years of Fieldstone. I'm here today just to bring forth some of the opinions of our residents. One thing, Ray had mentioned that we had received, some people received certified letters letting them know about the hearings. And I believe it was only about 9 residents who received them. Late last summer, our entire subdivision received letters from Soltage inviting us to come to their introductory and informational meeting, to come to the library. And when we were at that meeting, I think they became aware of the opposition. And so they decided not to invite the entire subdivision to their meeting, which we thought was a little underhanded. This proposed solar farm will be extraordinarily close to our homes. We asked, in our plan, the village's planned for residential, we asked why they wouldn't build just across the street, just across Gauger, into the industrial farm, which this is industry. And basically they said they looked into it, it was too expensive. They wanted cheaper land, so they want to put it in our neighborhood. We asked about assembling the rooftop solar fields in the already built buildings. And again, they told us it was due to cost. Ray mentioned the impact on residential property values. When they took the information of comparing states, Illinois has only been doing this, I believe, since 2018. They were looking at numbers. The longevity isn't there. If you look longer into, say, the East Coast, they're the ones that have really noticed over the 10 and 15 years that the property values have gone down. Soltage also told us that all the numbers are going up, all the property values are going up. But
those numbers are skewed due to the COVID diaspora. All suburban property values were going up. The demand was there after COVID, with everyone having been confined to our homes due to the pandemic directives. In Ray's packet, it talks about the materials of which the panels and the supporting structures are made. Nickel, zinc, copper, gallium, lead, indium. According to Soltage's plan, after the lifetime of the solar field has expired in approximately 30 years, they want the farmland to be, want the area to be returned to farmland. But with all the chemicals seeping into the soil and the materials running off into the land, how farmable will that land be in 30 years? I was involved in procuring the signatures in opposition to this proposed solar farm. Not one resident that I asked to sign the petition denied it, refused it. Not one Fieldstone resident I spoke with said that they would or were even considering utilizing the solar power produced from this solar farm. All our residents already currently have the opportunity to employ solar power to their homes. We have several who have solar panels. If our residents wanted solar power, we can do it in a much more cost-effective way with no land use disruption or environmental impact by installing our own solar rooftop panels. In the letter that Soltage had sent in their introductory letter late last summer, they stated that the solar field would and could supply the energy needs of our schools and government buildings. It won't. These buildings will not be served with the electrical power generated from this solar farm. Soltage did admit that even if a resident did purchase their power, the resident would still need and receive a bill from ComEd. After using the figures, we tried to figure out what the savings would be, and it was very, very minimal, like maybe $10 a month per home. They also said that they were going to have a set-aside fund to pay for the dismantling and disposal of the solar farm once it reaches its life's end. They stated more or less that they will build this and then they're going to sell it. They're going to move on. They don't want to mow it. They wanted a special use permit. They, don't want to have to maintain anything. They want it to be easy to sell. They don't have or want any ties to the community. Build it, sell it, take their money, move on to the next. We're not a community of gypsies. Businesses come to our community to build a relationship with the community and its members. They endeavor to make a positive impact. Soltage is not a community-friendly company. They're a corporation looking to make money, having no foundation of community values. I hope you will consider the wishes and feelings of the residents who will suffer the consequences if this solar farm is constructed. Something I tell my students when they're weighing their options on choices they have to make. I tell them, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. Thank you.
Member Ballard?
In the beginning, when you started to talk, you mentioned that only 9 people were notified about the public hearing.
Correct. They sent certified letters to 9 residents. Nobody else in the subdivision received any notice.
I'd like to ask Brian Radner or somebody from Land Use to explain why there's only 9 people getting notified of something as drastic as this.
We can do that when we vote
Okay.
on it. You can have the
Well, I
staff
think
come
it's
up.
we
Yeah.
were told it has to be part of public hearing.
Well, you can
So-
still ask the questions during.
Well, the question is, why was only 9 people notified? So I can't ask that question outside of public
You can
hearing.
ask questions. It's a process question.
That's
and
what they
we'll-
told us yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm just going along
I
with what they
know.
said yesterday.
I'm being informed. You can ask that question when we go
And
have.
before we vote,
Before you vote, yeah.
and it counts.
And it counts. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, you do have, I'm sorry, I did not, yeah.
Sorry, I'll make this
Member,
quick.
sorry.
When you were listing the elements, the metals in the solar panels.
Yes.
I sit on land use, so I hear a lot of these cases, and it's my understanding that today's solar panels do not contain all those metals. Were you able to confirm with the Soltage what the exact composition of the panels are?
I personally have not, but it's not just the panels, but it's also the structures that support them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, something, Mr. Oxley, sorry.
Thank you. There's a 250 feet requirement for notification of residents within 250 feet. That's possibly why that's how many letters were sent out. Thank you.
Question. Thank you. Move down.
Morning, board members. My name is Stephanie Sinkowski. I'm Director of Development at Soltage. Soltage is a solar developer that's been in business since 2005. We have projects in over 15 states. We've developed over 11 projects in Illinois. And one thing I would like to differentiate Soltage from other solar developers is that we actually do stay with the project for the long term. We not only manage construction and finance the project, but we also own and operate it for the long term. So, I wanted to highlight a few key points of this project, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that come afterwards. But, at the federal and state levels of government, we've heard warnings that America is headed towards an energy crisis that limits our growth and competitiveness. Most recently, ComEd announced electricity rates for consumers are going up by about $10.50 per month because there's not enough generation capacity. So that's why I'm here today to speak with you about the solar projects that, if approved, would be fully constructed and generating clean energy before the end of next year. I know you've been seeing a lot of solar projects come through Will County, but the need in Illinois and in the country for new electricity generation is there, and solar is a generating asset that can be built in a relatively short time while also providing a bedrock of clean energy for the next generation. We've not only submitted all the required documents for a special use permit to be awarded, but we've also met with all the recommended agencies on the checklist provided by Will County to discuss the project. And we've started engaging all these different agencies, the neighbors, the village, starting in June of last year. So it's been almost 11 months. We've made many rounds of updates to the site plan based on those conversations, including pushing the project to the southern edge of the property. We incorporated a solid fence, a 20-foot wide vegetative buffer around the entire perimeter of the fence. We expanded the access road to be 22 feet wide per fire district regulations, and we also added an additional gate between the projects. We shifted the access road to be directly across from Ellis Court per Will County Department of Transportation preferences. ComEd has told us that this location is great for solar given the electricity load in the area and the existing distribution line capacity along Gallagher Road. We've put substantial capital into development of the site, approximately $1.6 million to get to where we are today. If the project is approved to be constructed, we're committed to using union laborers that have been well-trained in the proper installation of all the electrical equipment needed for the project's construction. This equates to between 60 and 75 contractor jobs, depending on how quickly we install the project. And we are also offering 10 $2,000 college scholarships to the Will County Farm Bureau community. In addition, we are committed to donating an ATV to the New Lenox Fire District that can be used for emergencies where tighter spaces need to be accessed, like the solar project. And we're also willing, and with the help of the IBEW, we would be providing solar training to the fire district, so that wouldn't come as a cost to taxpayers. The Village of New Lenox plans to connect Joliet Highway to Gallagher Road, and this can still happen by running Joliet Highway along the southern edge of the property line. This project is not preventing residential development from being built on the 400+ acres adjacent to Nelson Road. This project is sited across the street from a commercial or industrial corridor, the Cherry Hill Business Park, And it makes for a quiet buffer between commercial and currently agricultural, potentially future residential land. This project will be returned to agricultural land after decommissioning of the solar project. In terms of health and safety, I wanted to clarify that all components of the solar project are non-hazardous. We use crystalline silicon solar panels that do not leach any toxic chemicals. The panels consist of silicon cells. Silicon is the second most abundant element in the Earth's crust. Tempered glass, a little bit of sealant, an aluminum frame, and wiring. And then for the balance of the system, we have galvanized steel posts that are driven into the ground, and we have a steel racking system. The inverter and transformers are housed in weatherproof steel enclosures, and the only fluid they contain is vegetable oil, which is environmentally friendly. They sit on top of concrete pads. There's minimal fire risk because we're using the union laborers, and all projects are constructed in compliance with the National Electric Code. All of our equipment is UL certified. In the event of an electric fault, a circuit breaker automatically shuts off the affected part of the system, preventing a fire from starting. Additionally, we have regular maintenance and inspections of the electrical equipment. We have testing of rapid emergency shutdown systems per the fire code and use of arc fault detectors, which all reduce the risk of fire-related incidents. We're also required to submit a detailed emergency response plan and operations and maintenance plan, as well as approval from the local fire district as part of the building permit process. Lastly, we have heard and addressed the neighbors' concerns. Soltage will be trimming the ground cover 5 times between the months of May to October, so there will be no vegetative overgrowth. And we've also completed a site-specific property value study showing that there will be no negative impacts to property values. And with me, we have a representative from Cone Resnick, the preparer of that study, who can share some thoughts on those findings as well.
Few questions for you, though.
Sure.
So first we have, first, let's please add Member Dean Schlottman to the rolls. Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Thank you for being here. I have a couple questions. You mentioned you have a fire safety plan. However, the fire chief that's here indicated that they don't have the resources to be able to handle any type of a fire at the site. So my question is do you have a plan with EMA, which we recently had a large-scale fire and all hands were on deck.
Yeah.
So is there a plan with EMA in the case that there is a fire on that site?
So the plan with EMA would be filed and worked with them prior to the building permits, but in your packets, we do have an emergency response plan, which is what we would present to them and then work with them on what exactly would be required.
When is this plan developed and submitted? Exactly when?
So it needs to be approved after the building permit. Typically, it happens after approval of the special use permit. Then we would go to all the agencies and get the final approvals for the plans and submit them for the building
I
permit.
think we've talked about this in the past. I think that should be part of the process prior to the permitting. I would feel much more assured to know that everyone agrees that this is feasible and this. You also mentioned that you're gifting an ATV to the, I imagine it may be the new Lennox Fire Department. I'm just wondering, you said that that would be effective, and I'd also, after I have my questions, I got a couple more. I'd also like the fire chief to respond to this. How is that ATV going to, what is the role in this project? You said the roads are too narrow for the regular fire equipment?
Yeah, so we did have some preliminary conversations with the New Lenox Fire Protection District, and they said that they currently have brush trucks that might not be able to make the turns into the various panel rows. So with a smaller truck like an ATV, which is more maneuverable, they would be able to take, water to the affected area where needed.
Isn't it possible for you to accommodate the equipment they have currently rather than, because in an emergency, how are you going to fit and set up an ATV to be able to address a current situation? That to me isn't practical. I'm thinking public safety, you need to act immediately. How, you need to accommodate whatever they have today, what they have, the equipment that they have. So I'm not really satisfied with that. That to me doesn't solve the, and you're talking about one ATV. This is a huge project. So I prefer to see something constructed where they can come in with their equipment and do their job. And also, I think there's a safety aspect to that as well. I would also like to know, where are your panels and the materials, all of the things associated with the operation of the solar facility? Where are they recycled?
Sure. So to address your earlier point, we did have a conversation with the New Lenox Fire Protection District, and we talked through a few different scenarios. One would be extending, having longer fire lanes throughout the entire project so that their existing trucks could maneuver. I think that the other scenario that was presented was the ATV, and that was an acceptable solution to them. The one reason that we didn't want to have extensive fire roads throughout the project is because that increases increases our stormwater requirements. So it would be, more construction potentially, and creating systems to accommodate the additional stormwater.
All right, thank you for that answer. I'd still like the fire chief to respond to that. I'd like his input.
Well, what we'll
and,
do is we'll let this finish and we'll call him back
And
up. So
also,
your
okay,
question later.
Thank you. So about the recycling.
Yeah, so 95% of solar panel components can be recycled. There's multiple recycling facilities that are currently available. One's in New York. The other one that I know of, I think, is in Arizona. A lot of panel manufacturers also have their own recycling facilities. So we haven't, committed to a recycling facility for this project yet, since the panels are expected to last 30 to 40 years. But it's definitely, expected
Yeah.
that recycling facilities are going to be in more demand in the future. There'll be more options, and we will certainly recycle the.
So in
the
order to
material.
recycle them, do you have to have an agreement with the company, or can you just show up with 3,000 panels to recycle? Do you have to have an agreement with these companies that recycle the materials, or can you just show up?
I mean, you'll likely need to have an agreement
Okay,
with them.
that's something I think also should be part of the permitting process. I'd like to know who are you working with? What is the agreement? And I think that's all. I appreciate your answers.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're going to have us. I have a few of them here. Member Trinier.
Thank you, County Executive. I think my questions might be better suited to the next person who's going to testify about property values, but I just wanted to ask a question. Have you ever had in any of the projects that you've been involved with any sort of tornadoes or fires?
Yes, there have been fires, and I think we have some projects in it might not have been a tornado, but a hurricane that did take the panels offline for a little while.
Sure. No, nature happens.
Natural disasters happen.
Yeah, can't really control nature, as we have all learned. I had some experience with a fire on my roof about 3 years ago. I have solar panels. A squirrel chewed through the electricity. And at least that was the final determination, that it was nature and there wasn't really anything we could do about it. What I did learn, though, is that we could have put baffles around our solar panels to keep the squirrels out of them. So we now have those. But what was interesting to me was that after this occurrence, 3 of my neighbors got solar panels on their house. So clearly it didn't seem to be a deterrent. In these cases where you've been aware of like tornadoes or fires or something, did additional communities come and help with any sort of services that were needed? Like, did you need extra fire trucks, or was it something that could be handled locally?
I believe it was handled locally, but we did engage the AHJ at the time to put the project back online. So, you know, the fire wasn't widespread. It was localized. The system was shut off. The equipment was replaced, and then the system was put back online with the help of the local authorities.
Yeah, I'm used to seeing local fire communities going to help in other areas. I mean, I still think a lot about 9/11. I think half the country's fire departments went to New York City.
Yeah.
So it's not unusual if there's a bigger fire or multiple fires that, you know, communities call on their neighbors to come and help. So, okay, I'll hold the rest of my questions for the person dealing with the property values. Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 4 more questions here for you. Member Freeman?
Thank you. I'm looking at the map and I see that it's a large area and then there's a agricultural area that hasn't been touched. You've moved it down. Is there a reason that you didn't use the whole property?
Well, the size of the system that we're interconnecting is, you know, 2 5-megawatt projects. So it just doesn't require the use of the whole property. And, you know, at the beginning, we did have the layout sort of central to the property. But then after speaking with the village and with residential neighbors, they wanted it pushed to the southern end. So that's what we did.
So you moved it to accommodate concerns from residents in the village?
Exactly.
All right, thank you.
Member Butler?
Well, I just have a few questions. One of them was just answered. So it's a 10 megawatt system?
Yes, in
Okay.
total.
And over the life, what is that, 20 years?
The lease that we have is 20 to 40 years.
20 to
So
40.
we like to plan for 40 years.
So what would be the total revenues over 20 years for 10 megawatt?
Are you tax revenues or revenue for the solar
Company,
project?
for the company. I mean, when you sell that back to the ComEd
Yeah.
at the going rate, is it still the going rate or have they reduced that amount?
I'm not actually the finance expert. I don't know exactly. I'm sorry.
And so then you wouldn't be able to answer what percentage of the project is going to be covered in subsidies given back to that company for building this?
There's no
You don't get
grants
any
or
subsidies for this project?
For
From
the
federal government?
From the federal government, we utilize the 30% investment tax credit.
Okay. And then you have a rebate system, right, where people could sign up?
So we have yes, as part of the community solar program, subscribers may choose to subscribe, and they would receive a 10 to 15% discount on the energy portion of their electricity bill.
And if everyone, how many people would get 15%?
So typically it's 10% for market rate customers and up to 15% for low to moderate income customers. And the project can provide electricity for approximately 2,000 homes.
For 2,000 homes?
Yes.
And then if the pool gets bigger, the percentage goes down?
If the pool gets bigger, then they would be assigned to a different project and they wouldn't be taking solar from this project.
They wouldn't get a
So-
rebate from that project?
So if there's 2,005 homes instead of 2,000 homes, the 5 additional homes would get the same discount, but they would be getting solar from a different project.
Okay, so now you're saying that this solar is actually going to the homes? I thought it fed the system into the grid.
It does, yes. But then what we do is more of a financial transaction with them
Mhm.
where they would get, they would get a discount from ComEd. And then, that discount it's more of a financial transaction versus the actual
Okay.
electrons running into their
And-
homes.
Do you have any assurances like in bonds or, money set aside that guarantees the cleanup of a site once it's done?
Absolutely, yes. So we post a decommissioning bond with Will County. So that takes into account the cost to decommission the site after the 40 years. And that cost is revised multiple times over the 40 years. And
What is
Yeah.
that bond? What does it cover right now? Like how much money?
what do
Like
you-
usually you put up a bond, it's up to 50,000, $1 million, $2 million.
so it covers the full cost of decommissioning the system, I believe it takes into account salvage value. And with Will County, we're expected to post, or through the state's process, we're expected to post, I believe, 10% in the first 5 years, 50% in the next 5 years, and then 100% for the remainder of the life. And then at that 10-year timeframe, we can reevaluate the current cost of what it takes to decommission.
Okay, I guess then the better question is, what is the decommission cost?
I believe that for a 5 megawatt project, we typically post about $500,000. So for a 10 megawatt project, it would likely be close to 1 million.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Bullock.
Thank you. So question, were you shown other available properties as an alternative to this one?
Well, we have a longstanding relationship with this landowner, so we have looked at several of his properties. In this immediate area, you know, he owns the property to the east, and you know, this was the one that was being offered.
There were no other properties offered in the industrial area?
From our particular landowner, no.
That may have been available anyway? Like, did you
We do
you're only working with this one person?
We work with several landowners, but you know, we haven't heard from any industrial property owners that they were interested in placing solar on their sites. But we would definitely consider that if the land was available.
Okay. What would make you not want to use a land property? You know, if someone had one available, what would make you say no?
Typically interconnection feasibility, if they're not adjacent to lines that have capacity to handle electricity generated from the solar project, and there would be a large upgrade required by the utility, that might deter us from choosing that site. Also environmental features, you know, if there's wetlands or if it's in a flood zone, if there's a lot of trees that we're going to need to cut down, things like that, we try to avoid.
So you work with this, you've said you've worked with this property owner previous on buying other properties that they have.
Yes, we're leasing the land.
You're
but
leasing the land. Okay, that's one of my questions. So has the amount that landowners are able to get through leasing increased in the last so many years?
Yes, absolutely. Due to the, you know, demand for solar, and the land prices have definitely gone up.
And I don't know if I can ask this or not, but what if I was a landowner with, I don't know, 50 acres, and I was going to lease them to you, what would I be making off of that transaction with you?
I'd say that going rates currently are, depending on the exact parcel, it might be between $2,500 an acre and $3,500 an acre per month. I'm sorry, annually.
Did you approach this owner at this time, or did they come to you to say they were ready to lease?
I believe that we had a third party that went out and found the landowner. And they expressed interest, signed an option and lease agreement, and that's how we got in touch with them.
But you knew this landowner anyway? Or did a third party find them
The third party found them years ago.
years ago?
Member Bullock, we're going to get you back on. Yeah, some of those are not relevant. Thank you.
Can I
Yeah.
ask one more? I'm sorry. So what, this location that we heard about in Oregon, is that a factual situation that in July of 2024, there was a fire?
I don't know about the date, but I do believe that one of our projects did catch fire in Oregon.
Okay, and based on what happened there, what are you doing differently? Do you need to do something differently for this property to avoid that situation?
Well, I think that one of the key things we're doing is we're using union labor. So we're ensuring that you know, the folks that are building the system have proper training and that the electrical components are properly installed. As I stated earlier, all of our equipment is UL certified to the highest level. And, you know, with Will County, we're making sure that the vegetation is trimmed, that weeds aren't forming, that the grass is being mowed, and the vegetation isn't going to be a fire hazard. But I would also like to state that I believe that the person who was speaking about the Oregon fire might have misrepresented the situation. It was not a widespread fire, and the project was shut off. It's not like electricity kept generating. We turn it off when there's a fire, and then we repaired the equipment and brought it back online with the help of the AHJ and the fire department.
So the system doesn't automatically trigger off when there's a fire?
The affected part of the system is turned off when there's a fire.
The
Yes.
affected part, meaning the other panels, until somebody from wherever switches off the whole situation, the other panels would continue generating electricity.
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
Member Dean Schlottman?
So you said that you were going to use vegetable oil for your purposes there.
Yeah, it's
Do
a
you know-
castor oil.
It's a castor oil?
Yeah.
Okay, so because
Environmentally
certain different,
friendly.
yeah, certain different oils will affect the soil composition possibly negatively and can even contribute to runoff.
Well, all of our equipment is placed on these concrete pads, so that's the point of putting them on the concrete pad so they don't go into the soil if there ever is a leak. And they're also housed in, you know, weatherproof containers. So in the event that it does go out of the container, which it shouldn't, then it runs onto the equipment pad and not the soil.
And how much output are these panels going to give, say in this area, considering good chunk of the year, it's cloudy and snowy? How much output do you truly get from these panels?
Yeah, I mean, the 2,000 home estimate is about correct. You know, we use what they call bifacial panels. So the panels produce from both the top, but then also the slight reflection off the ground as well on the backside. So that's how we increase the amount of electricity produced. The panels also track with the sun. So, you know, as the sun shifts from throughout the day, the panels would also move and generate the most electricity.
And so the amount of electricity coming out of that would fuel 2,000 homes, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Not a problem.
Unless it's, yeah, that's, weather always fluctuates, right? So we
Sure,
can,
especially here.
right, so we estimate a plus or minus 10% on that. So some years it could be more, some years it could be slightly less.
Thank you.
Member Richmond?
Thank you very much. So first off, I'm glad to hear that you're using our talented workforce here in the Will County area. That's commendable. We've got a lot of great people, with a lot of talent in that. Second off, question for you. You're a for-profit business, right?
That's correct.
And you plan on making money on this, correct?
That's right.
Your pro forma has showed that. Hopefully sooner rather than later.
Hopefully.
Possibly a return on investment in excess of 13%. You don't have to answer. That's fine. I do my own research. But let's cut to the chase. The only reason they're called solar farms is because we're putting them on farmland. Really, they're solar utility plants. And we're putting them in close proximity to houses, not because this board wants them there, but because Springfield has pushed this upon us. And that's why we're sitting here today, is spending a great deal of time, wasting a lot of residents' time coming out here to discuss something that's being forced down our throats. I know there's a lot of people that don't want to hear that, but I'm sure there's a lot of residents here that want to hear the facts. This is a mandate coming from Springfield. I believe we've had 44 to 50 of these brought to us in the past several years, and a number of them since I've been on the board over the past 2 years or that. The challenge that we have is the minute that we go and one of these is brought up, the residents get upset. I would be upset too. And the question that I always ask is, would your parents want to live right next to this? Would your aunt, your uncle, your grandmother want to live within the close proximity of the 9 people that got the certified letter? And you don't have to answer that because I know the answer. So this is the challenge that we have. And this board always, we try and take everything into consideration. And I just want the residents to know that it's not this board that's forcing this on the residents.
Do you have a question, sir? This is, you have a
Sure.
question further?
I
Yeah,
asked the
know.
question, now
Yeah.
I'm making my statement.
Well, we're going to have time to
All right.
re-vote on it. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
that's fine.
Yeah,
Thank you very
Thank you. Member O'Gala.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask this question. So we had one particular problem with another solar field in Moni Township. And what I learned from that was that the union contractor that was running the project, they're the project manager, they knew how to do all the electrical stuff. What they didn't know was how to manage the stormwater on the site, and they weren't prepared. When you hire your contractor, do you also request that they be an expert at the drainage in a farm field? Because a lot of times the contractors work on projects. They're building something usually within a municipality, things like that. They have access to sewer drains and things. So have you had that conversation that you're aware of with your contractor who you have lined up to do this?
So our contractor is going to be hiring several union subcontractors, and those subcontractors will be experts in their field. So they'll hire an electrical subcontractor, a union electrical contractor, a union civil contractor. So the folks that are hired to install the stormwater management systems will be experts in that, and they'll be following the plans that have been stamped by Illinois engineers and approved by the county.
Yeah, I know for a fact that just because you hire these guys, they are not experts dealing with property that's a farm. They're experts with dealing with a property that was a farm and converting it into a residential subdivision, converting it into a warehouse. They're experts in that. But as far as maintaining the land as it is and ensuring that the drainage happens properly, that's what they're not an expert in. I haven't found that to be anywhere. So that's why I was asking, because I've yet to see that happen. So hopefully when you do look at that, you will hire somebody who will be an expert to handle that situation.
All right. Do you have another question? Okay, hold on one second. There you go. Member Slotman, Gene Slotman. No, wrong one, sorry. There you go.
Thank you. Where are the solar panels made?
So we are purchasing, I believe, Q-Cells panels from this project, and Q-Cells has a large facility in Georgia. I believe that's where they'll be coming from.
Okay, so all the material is from, most of it, obviously whatever you can get then is made here.
Exactly. Yeah. Especially with the risk of tariffs, we want to make sure that all of our equipment is as domestic as possible.
All right. Well, very well. I think you're done.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Lines. I am your local state of Illinois certified general real estate appraiser. I've been working here in Illinois for over 20 years, and about 12 years ago started to do things more nationally. I'm a partner with Cohn Resnick, which is a national accounting firm. I help lead a part of our advisory division and oversee a number of professionals who do evaluations nationwide on a wide range of topics. One of the things that I'm an expert in is doing impact studies. And I've studied a wide range of different properties that people might be afraid of or have a hard time thinking that they might be okay. Those include quarries, landfills, and other kinds of properties. I'll tell you that 10 years ago, I got asked to study a solar farm, and I was kind of dumb-shocked. I'm like, why would a solar farm be an issue at all? And I found that there are a lot of residents who are very concerned about these. And that makes a lot of sense to me. You've got something new that someone's developing pretty close to your backyard, and so you might be afraid of it. And I'll tell you that the hardest part of my job is unringing a bell. I'll say that some of the information that you heard previously by a resident, and I love it when people do great research, but it's also important to look at the liner notes. So that Massachusetts study that you heard earlier, that particular study found no impact in rural or lower density suburban environments. So it was only a 1 to 2% impact on urban properties. Other academic studies, which were not mentioned, including Georgia Institute of Technology, found zero impact on all of the solar farms that they studied in the state of North Carolina. And more importantly, just last year, Loyola University here in Chicago released a report studying 72 utility scale solar farms here in the Midwest and found that there was a 2 to 3% positive impact on homes within 1.5 miles of existing solar farms. So it's important that you get all of the data. Aside from the academic studies, I personally and my team personally have evaluated over 200 different solar farms from coast to coast. I have an enormous amount of data looking at test sales of homes that are immediately adjacent to solar farms. Adjacency within 125 feet. The average of a lot of my studies is about 250 feet between panels and property lines. My understanding is that this project, that all of the homes are more than 1,300 or 1,400 feet away from the solar panels here at this particular development. All of the data that I have been able to review does not indicate a consistent and measurable negative impact. It's just not true. I've also verified this with county assessors. I've spoken to more than 100 county assessors in a number of different states. None of them have seen any trends or negative trends of houses selling for lower based on their proximity to solar farms. I have a great example for you because I know this is an area where New Lenox is expecting to add more subdivisions. And I understand that. I understand growth and trends of development. If you go just east into Portage, there has been an existing community solar farm there for a number of years. When it was first developed, it was mostly farmland and acreage around it. There's been a lot of swell in developing, as you might imagine. I studied a subdivision that was developed by Lennar. And in that subdivision, they sold all of the homes within the subdivision within 2 years, including 13 of which are right against the solar farm. They're 125 linear feet from the panels to the back of the homes, and all of those homes sold at an average of 3.75% higher than the rest of the subdivision. That's the truth. Those are the actual sale facts, and you're welcome to look it up as well if you like. But I've interviewed people who live next to these homes or live next to solar farms. I've interviewed brokers who sell these homes here in Illinois, and the reality is that there just isn't data to support that these values are going downwards. When I talk to people who live in homes near solar farms, they say, I just forgot all about it. The nice thing about solar farms is they don't throw parties. So they're pretty darn quiet. And that's the reality. So it's an opportunity for a community to revel in clean energy, to revel in some of the tax revenue that stems from it without adding anybody or any students to those civil services. And that's the reality of solar farms in the United States. And I've covered solar farms that are as small as 0.5 megawatt to ones that are all 800 megawatts and cover 10,000 acres of land. This is actually a relatively small development when you think about all the other utility scale projects that have been developed, not just in Illinois, but around the Midwest. I know that my reports were submitted by the applicant, and so please feel free to take a look, review them, read them. Again, I'm your local appraiser. I'm here in Illinois. I've appraised plenty of property here in Will County. I understand New Lenox, and I'm happy to answer any other questions that you guys might have.
Member Trenier.
Thank you. I really appreciate your testimony. I know this was a big concern when I was actively selling real estate. It started in 2018, and so the panels just in general were kind of new. People were leery about them being on their homes, being next to their homes, all those kinds of things. In your studies, do you note that values in some parts of the country are different than values in other parts? I mean, there's a huge difference, right, between property in California, property on the East Coast, and property here?
I've done these studies in a number of different environments, some that are more affordable areas and others that are very high value. I've studied condos and residences on Hawaii that are immediately adjacent to solar panels. You think that would be a huge issue? It's not. I've looked at homes in San Francisco that are next to solar panel and look out over the ocean. still not an issue. Looked at homes that are in Colorado and beautiful scenic valleys where $800 to $1 million townhomes look over a solar farm with a mountain in the background, not an issue. So I've evaluated these in different contexts. It is what we make sure that we do is when we compare test and control areas that you're finding the same kinds of homes, similar homes. So I'm not comparing a $200,000 home with $1 million home or vice versa. We're going to find similar comparable data to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples.
Awesome. That's really important. I appreciate that. Do you ever do any studies about other utilities being next to homes? Like, for example, maybe being next to a
Substation?
Sewer, water reclamation?
No, I do a lot of
Just
work for the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago, and they do a great service to all of our communities. I've evaluated substations and transmission lines, and there are some studies that say if you're in super close proximity, that there might be a small negative impact, but that absolutely dissipates after 1,200 feet. So it depends on exactly how close you are. But relatively speaking, we only see impacts when there's some kind of physical issue that goes over and spills over the property line, right? So if you're next to a quarry and there's blasting and your home shakes, that's a big issue. If you're next to something that has a lot of noxious fumes, that could be a really big issue. But when you're talking about a use that's completely silent, has no smell, and doesn't physically put anything onto your property, it's just not an issue.
And I probably should ask this of the previous testimony person. Are there any, like, what do you call them, high tension towers or anything like that associated with these projects?
I think there's an engineer who can talk about stepping up and how
I'll
they
use that
how they get into the grid.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's a substation on site, but they're probably better left to answer that question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member Butler.
So I just wanted to be clear. So when you made your comment about the property values, your comment is that there's no proof to say that solar fields will reduce property values, but you're not saying that it'll increase property values, because you said something else, but it made it sound like you were saying that it would actually increase your property values. So I just want to be clear on that.
Understood. So I haven't found enough data to suggest that there's this amazing positive trend. I will say that, typically, and I think everybody knows this about their homes, that if you're in a very good school district, you tend to have higher property values. And the commonality of strong school districts is that they're typically well-funded. So if you're in a community that has a new solar farm that's providing ample money into the school system without having more children, then that could be a positive for the community in general. The Loyola University study, which I mentioned, is very specific about it being positive. I don't have that data. I can only tell you what the other academics say.
Okay,
But my data is that
Thank you.
everything's fine.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank
Sure.
you.
Member Logan.
Quick question. Were you or your company paid for today's testimony?
My
by
mom
the
told
solar
me never
company?
to give it away for free. I
By the
do
solar
this for
company?
a living.
Okay.
I'm a professional real estate appraiser. Any other appraiser, somebody with my title, whether they're an MAI or counselor of real estate like I am, this is my business.
Okay, did Soltage, is it Soltage? Did they pay you to be here today?
Again, yeah, I'm
Okay.
that's my client.
All right.
Member Dean Schlottman. Oh, no, Member Dean Schlottman. It's good. I did not, sorry, go
It's
ahead.
all right.
That's all right. We'll
Sometimes
get you
we have
next
to-
time, sir.
Sometimes we have to help them out a little.
Yeah, that's
bit.
fine. That's right.
All right. Where were you at? I know, it's fine. You're next, Mr. Balich. My question is, have you ever found an area, it sounds like every area you've been to, it's all been positive. Has there been any negative?
I didn't say it was positive. I said that it's not negative, that there's no consistent detrimental impact that I'm seeing consistently through the data.
Okay, so no.
I didn't say that all of them were positive.
Okay, thank you.
Member Balich.
Yeah, I don't want to say that you're not good at your job, but if you're hired by somebody, data can be manipulated any way you want to make the numbers work sometimes.
That's not
So,
true.
You know,
It's
I mean,
not true,
I'm not
sir, and
accusing
it's
you of
it's
it,
offensive.
but you know, data is data.
It's offensive.
So you're saying this. I was a real estate broker for a number of years, and I could tell you right now, I'd have a hard time selling a house to somebody that's going to be right by a solar farm, because they don't want to buy houses by trains. They don't like to buy houses when there's airplanes going over their
Do
house.
people live next to the L?
Yeah, they still
do.
They still do, but they don't want to buy them. So that means the price goes down. That's why I said data can be manipulated. You know, I'm not accusing you of that, but I'm just saying. So I know from personal experience selling houses, you know, that it's difficult to sell houses when you got stuff like that by it, because people don't want to look at it.
So
You know,
again,
so you
I-
can ask what you want, and somebody goes, well, I want to go to that school district, so I'll pay the exorbitant amount of money. But the reality of it is, it's not that easy to sell. So when you're looking at value, you might have the number, but how long does it take to sell your house to find somebody that wants to live there?
It's a great question. So one of the parts of our analysis is that we also test how long these properties are on the market. So we look at the days on market and we compare the homes that are immediately adjacent to the solar fields with the control properties that we use to comparison. And we find that their days on market are exactly similar to the control groups in almost every study that I've ever done on these. So they are selling in the same amount of time. And I think you also know that you might have somebody who is not preferring a certain part of a house, but you have other people that are fine with it. When you go through a house, you don't necessarily just look at outside the window. You're saying, okay, is this bedroom big enough? Is this kitchen really nice? There are other factors in the sale price of a house that I'm sure you know from being a broker. And I'll come back to your first question, which is all of my reports are done under USPAP standards. You're probably familiar with this, the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. That's my name, that's my license. Not only that, but my former partner who just retired, Patricia McGar, was the appointed by Governor Rauner to head the Real Estate Appraiser Board in the state of Illinois. I learned how to do this from her. We did this together. We uphold the highest standards in the state of Illinois.
Thank you. Member Oxley.
Can you get back on subject, please?
Yeah. All right, I think you're done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Executive, Chairman, and members of the board. My name is Maria Brees. I'm an attorney with the law firm Fox Swibel, Levin and Carroll. I'm representing the applicant today in zoning case ZC 24-117. Before I comment, I do want to make a correction in the agenda that says the PZC denied recommendation 3-2. It was actually approval from the PZC 3-2. I would like to state why the board should approve the requested special use permit for the solar facility despite the Village of New Lenox's opposition. We appreciate the concerns of the village with regard to its comprehensive plan. It has designated a future residential use of this property. However, since the subject parcel is in unincorporated Will County, the county's zoning authority supersedes the village's municipal planning authority. Pursuant to the Illinois Counties Code Section 5-12020, commercial solar energy facilities are allowed to be sited on agriculturally zoned property. The subject parcel is zoned A1 agricultural. Residential use is not an option here without annexation to the Village of New Lenox, which requires the landowner consent. As such, the village does not have the zoning authority to rezone the subject parcel as residential. Additionally, under Illinois Municipal Code Section 11-13-1, the village's comprehensive plan is only advisory and does not give the village authority to exercise those zoning powers. Therefore, there is no legal or factual basis for the village to object to the special use application. As we understand it, today's hearing is for the board to evaluate if the solar facility meets the non-discretionary requirements of the county's solar ordinance. The board has a clear, mandatory, and non-discretionary duty to approve the special use application based on both the Will County special use permitting process for commercial solar energy facilities, as well as under the state law. this is not a mere rubber stamp approval process. The board must evaluate these projects on an extensive list of criteria. In addition to the substantial outreach that Soltage has given to various stakeholders and engaged with along the lines of Will County's checklist that was developed this last year. I want to point out that there was an unpaid evaluation of this project as far as considering the impacts, even though it's not required by state law. Will County's land use staff, in its report, found that the materials supporting the special use application meet all of the standards and conditions necessary for the board to vote in favor of granting the requested special use permit under section 155-9.245 of the Will County Code of Ordinances. I just want to point out that there is an important difference existing under the Will County Code for the evaluation of special use permits for commercial solar projects as compared to other types of development. Will County's special use permitting process is unique and distinct from the standard special use permitting process. Under the solar ordinance, the submittal requirements for commercial solar energy facilities shall expressly control over the review criteria contained in section 16.40. The reason that public health and safety factors take less priority in the solar ordinance of Will County and under the state law is because they've been already specifically designed to take into account technical standards that ensure commercial solar projects do not endanger the public. The subjective narrative standards that many testimonies have been taking place today are in addition to these objective standards under the Will County Solar Ordinance. And although we are not required to meet those standards, we do assert that our project, as the land use staff has already agreed and the PZC has agreed, that we meet the additional criteria, finding that the applicant's carefully designed, low impact use solar project is compatible with and not injurious to the use and enjoyment of the other property in the immediate vicinity, nor does it substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood, nor have an adverse effect or impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding property for the uses permitted in the district. In fact, even though we are, as we mentioned, 1,400 feet from the nearest residence, state law allows residential development up to 150 feet from the solar project. Our projects do not preclude future residential use of any of the adjacent land. And the temporary use of solar allows the land to be returned to agricultural use at the end of the project or residential, commercial, whatever is decided at that time. We also request that the board consider the wider reaching public benefits of the applicant's projects. As was mentioned, ComEd has announced that electricity rates for consumers are increasing because there's not enough generation capacity. ComEd has identified the subject parcel as a valuable location to site these energy facilities as public necessities because there's available capacity to connect to the grid. Our projects meet the standards and submittal requirements under the Will County Ordinance for Commercial Solar Energy Facilities and the State Renewable Siting Statute. Land use did not provide any basis for their decision for denying approval. The state law creates a non-discretionary duty to approve the application if the application complies with the siting law and Will County's solar ordinance. The land use staff report confirmed that the applicant has met all submittal requirements and standards, and the PZC recommended approval. If the Will County Board were to deny the application based on inconsistency with New Lenox's comprehensive plan, or deny without a basis when all conditions to approval have been met, then the board's decision is creating a standard more restrictive than the state law, which is prohibited under sections 5-12020B. Decisions by counties based on local resistance rather than objective standards that reasonably address the broader public concerns of health, safety, and welfare are yielding arbitrary outcomes detrimental to ComEd's future power supply and the state of Illinois' pressing energy needs. The upfront capital required to develop a project prior to the point in time that we stand here is substantial. Between engineering, environmental, and real estate due diligence, interconnection, deposits, and studies, county and state approvals and agreements, the applicant has invested over $1.6 million into these projects over the last 2 years. A denial of the permit would mean the loss of a planned energy resource to ComEd, further jeopardizing tomorrow's energy investments in our communities, investments that cannot be achieved without a predictable path toward construction and commercial operations. Therefore, we respectfully submit to the board that to base its decision on the PZC and the land use staff's findings of fact, that our application satisfies all pertinent and lawful submittal requirements necessary for the board to vote in favor of the requested special use permit. And I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So several times, not just by yourself, but by the applicant, it was stated that after the duration of this solar facility, that the land will be returned back to agriculture. That statement is incorrect. So in case I'm wrong, and even our Farm Bureau agrees, that development, residential development, as well as solar facilities, will strip the very soil that we require to grow anything in agriculture. But you've stated it will be returned. So I'm asking, how are you going to do that?
It's actually the opposite because there'll be pollinator plants that help to restore and regenerate the soil. The agricultural mitigation impact agreement that's required by the Illinois Department of Agriculture ensures that every piece of equipment all the way down below the ground is removed, that everything can go back to the way it was.
Okay. And again, I don't see any data here. And if you talk to the Farm Bureau, you talk to people in agriculture, that isn't true. That statement is not true. That land cannot be, you don't just rip out the panels and then you can plant your crops. And pollinators are not going to ensure that as well. I do know, I've read these case files, that they claim that the topsoil, once it's scraped off, this soil, which means life, is stored somewhere. Well, that's a big mystery. Where? And then that pile of soil, wherever it's stored, is supposed to be, I guess, brought back to the site and smoothed back on the site. We've never seen that happen. So it's a misconception. A lot of people say, yeah, the land's going to go right back to the way it was before one piece of equipment set down on this acre. And it just isn't true. So if I'm wrong, you can provide.
Yeah, I'm
that to
sorry to
me.
hear that has been what you've heard or your experience has been. But from my
No, it's
understanding, the
not
applicant is actually a good steward of the land, and their intention is to leave the land better off than where
Okay.
it started.
The other thing too is, you know, I appreciate you being here, but, you know, you indicated that the board cautioned us not to make a detrimental decision. We're here to represent our residents, the people who call Will County home. And there's nothing more meaningful to a resident or even a business owner in Will County than the land that they call home, that they sit on, or they work on. And it's our responsibility. We are responsible for the future of families and generations here in Will County. And
You have a question?
And I just also want to mention, because I'm really kind of struck about some of the things that were said, that, you know, this
Do you have a question
industry.
for, do you have a question for this
Well,
witness? Because you
I
can do
also-
comments again when we vote on it. So we're questioning witnesses now.
I will comment later then. Thank you.
I don't see any more, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Executive, Chair, and members of the board, I'm Jonathan Roberts, Vice President of Development with Soltage. Thank you all for being here today. In my about 20 years in the energy industry, I grew up in Arkansas. I went to engineering school in Iowa. I moved to Illinois in 2014. I was part of the team in Springfield, Illinois that helped build Dahlman Unit 4, a 200 megawatt plant down in Springfield, Illinois. I worked on a team with the IBEW. And as mentioned here today, we're committed to working with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers and union labor on this job for jobs in Will County. These projects are going to represent approximately $2 million in taxes over the life of the assets to the county, that taxes revenue that would not be there otherwise with the status quo if the vote is denied today. ComEd and Ameren, ComEd's part of PJM and Ameren is part of MISO, of how we get our electricity from RTOs, regional transmission operators, of how we get our electricity in society. ComEd has been emailing customers, including us. We are customers of ComEd, Ameren as well, indicating that this summer bills are going up. Why are the bills going up? They're going up because thermal assets are being retired and taken offline, and it's the supply and demand issue. The demand for power that we're all using is going up everywhere across the country. From Washington, D.C., with the current administration, they're calling for energy abundance across the country. We need more energy. Here in Illinois and Springfield, you hear the same thing. That's probably not real popular to talk about Springfield here, but I know that we have a problem. We are going to see bills for Will County residents go up, and we are here building generation. Like, we need generation in this country to be built. We need new electricity to power our current way of life that we live. And this vote is part of that, advancing that infrastructure, connecting to ComEd's grid to expand more supply of electricity, clean electricity that is carbon-free for the community. So that's all I have to say today, and I thank you all for your time and your vote.
You have a question, sir? Member Oxley.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Do you have a signed agreement with the Will Grundy Contractors Association?
I do not believe we do.
Member Ogala, sorry.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask this question, but maybe you are. Do you know the hours of operation that the work will be done to install the posts that these panels sit on?
We'll usually have, work with the county on whatever parameters for construction activity. I don't know offhand the hours, but we usually, like, one of the things we've done in the state, as Stephanie mentioned, we've been building projects here for a while. We have 15 that we have brought into construction and gone through special use permitting. And in Will County itself, we have 4 projects that are going into construction this year. So we are well adept at, working with the staff on hours of operation for the construction activities and making sure, we're within the parameters.
Okay. Also, my next question is, do you know what the noise measurement is when you drill those posts into the ground?
So they're not drilled, they're typically pounded.
Pounded,
It's like an I-beam, and
pounded,
it is loud. Yes, it is loud. And the steel I-beams are driven in over usually about a 2-week period.
Yeah, because I'm only stating that because I recently was near one when this was occurring. And I'm not always driving around when these facilities are being built, but it is quite loud and it's all day long. And that is a really bad impact to people. And I know that for everyone else to know in Will County here, you're to do work like this or any type of construction work, you're given a very large time frame that you can go ahead and do this. So I think I will ask the staff to give us that information when it comes up. But it is very loud, and 2 weeks to do that is a long time to hear boom, 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 boom.
We won't be
boom.
doing it in evening hours for
Well,
sure.
I bet you'll go till 7 o'clock at night.
We will not. We will not.
You will not?
We will not. I guarantee that.
Well, I would like to say, well, how late would you intend to go?
I would say 5 o'clock would probably be an upper bound of the time that they would be on site.
And what time would you start?
Probably 7 or 8 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Troy Daniel with BL Companies. I'm here for ZC 24117. I'm the civil engineer, professional civil, working with Soltage. I'm working on the zoning and land use compliance. there's any questions.
Member Trinier.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what your role is, but based on Member Ogala's question earlier, you said civil, I think.
That's
So
correct.
would you be making sure that we don't damage any drain tiles that are on the property and make
That's
sure
correct.
that there's the proper flow for any runoff?
That's right. I do the storm drainage,
Okay.
stormwater, construction, grading,
Yes.
permitting.
Thank you.
Yes, that'll be part of our.
That'll be your
stormwater
job.
pollution
And
prevention.
I'm assuming you're going to comply with all
Absolutely.
county rules, regulations, everything that our building and planning department requires.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
That's what I do.
You're off easy. You're done. Thank you.
Yeah, I think everybody covered most of what I was going to talk about. So
Thank
thank
you.
you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Christina, and I am here for the case ZC 25002.
Can you give your first and last name for us,
Of course.
please? Yes.
Sorry
thank you.
about that. Christina Gomez.
Thank you.
For the past two hearings, my family has just been, they've been accused of a lot of things. What we are trying to do is definitely not a party barn. That's miscommunication that was given to the community in front of us. I know they went around, they got some few signatures. They're stating that it's a party barn. That's absolutely not what we want. We want a barn for our horses. Another thing which I was really just surprised was from our neighbor, Miss Janet. I was so surprised, Miss Janet, especially because your kids have come over to our home. They've been on a pony. And
No,
honestly,
we're not, yeah, you have to address the board and talk regarding
Oh,
the
yes.
situation. You
I'm
can
so sorry
hand-
about
yes,
that.
That's fine.
I'm sorry about that. We do not want a party barn, like I said before. We got this house and we are trying to build it as a home, especially for my daughter, who I know we all have kids and it's really hard. I have a special needs daughter. She has Down syndrome. She has a congenital heart disease, and she's also blind. Having her in soccer, having her in any activities that most of our other kids can have, it's just not for her. I've tried other places where they charge $350 a month to go out there and just pet some horses, ride some horses. I honestly cannot afford that. During the winter time, my other son, he can have time on the tablet, drawing, coloring. All of these activities are absolutely free. My daughter does not have that opportunity. I have to go around the community. We have special play dates. When we first purchased this home was really, it was really bad. We've actually been cleaning it pretty good. The animals are clean. I would not bring my daughter around animals or around this area where I know it's not clean, where I know it's not healthy for her, especially since she's also having an upcoming heart surgery by the end of this year. So the only thing that I'm asking is that if we can just please give my daughter a chance to have something of her own, something that we can just call a home and she can just be there. We're outside most of the time, even in the winter time. Like I said, she's blind, so she really needs to be outside. I don't want her to just be inside the house and have nothing. We've gone to the stores and we feel clothes and we feel this and that. But honestly, the stores, I don't feel like that should just be the only thing that she needs or the only thing that she has during the winter time. She needs to be out. So that's the only thing that I just ask for you to consider. Let us build a home. We are going to follow all of the regulations, like I said. It's a big property, so we don't have to build the barn close to the house. We can build it all the way to the back. That's totally fine with us. There's currently, we have a river that goes to the property. We're currently trying to clean that up as well. We do have deers throughout the winter. So that's something nice to also have as well when we want them to have a clean environment as well. So that's what we've been cleaning up back there.
A couple of questions for me. Member Pretzel?
Yeah, so I just want to clear some things up on this, and I apologize because I know I think there's a lot of confusion on what we're talking about today. So you're talking about approval or variance to build the barn. We're not going to vote on that today.
Okay.
That's going to go back. It sounds like you have an appeal, as my understanding.
Mhm.
It's going to go back to the Planning and Zoning Committee.
Okay.
So we're here to talk about the special use permit, and I am going to make a motion today to postpone that to give you guys a little bit more time. So I actually think the barn is pretty important if we're going to allow you to have horses. So we kind of want to see where that goes. But you're talking about us approving the barn. We're not going to vote on that today.
Okay. Sounds good.
Make sense?
Makes sense. Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to let me.
You have
Let me
another, I
speak.
think someone, do you still have a question after member, Brighton? Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so definitely not, I'm sorry about that. If it's not for a barn, that's fine. We just want the opportunity to have some animals at our house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Good morning, good morning. I'm here for a case ZC 25002. And I live in the Price Trail subdivision across the street from the permits supposed to be issued for the horses of the barn. And
Sir, before you begin, can you please state your name?
I'm sorry, my name is Jose Estrella. And I'm in just about in the same case that Miss Christina was saying. I got a grandkid that he's got a, I'm sorry, autism. And I'm trying to introduce him to the horses just to help him out, to grow up in the future. I found out that it can be a good therapy for him to develop and find a company like horses, which is good for them. And any questions, please?
I think you're good, sir. Thank you very much for
Thank you
being
very
here.
much.
Hi, how you doing?
Hello.
I'm Hernando Torres, brother owner of the property for ZC 25002. I'm here requesting a special use permit to allow horses on my property. The property sits on close to 6 acres, 5.7. Currently, right now, I have 2 goats. I have a couple chickens. With that saying, I don't need a special use permit. I'm in an R1. I'm allowed to have the 2 goats and the chickens without a special use permit, but I need a special use permit for the horses. Oh, and sorry, I do have a miniature pony as well. All the manure that I've been getting from all these animals have been transported to another property where they use it for natural fertilizer. There's no manure at the property, nor manure getting burnt or garbage, whatever the case is. It's all been getting transported. I have a letter from that person that gets all the manure. I take it to him monthly, keeps the property clean and keeps the community clean. I never had a loose animal while being there. The property is currently not fenced up, but it's planned to be soon. Any questions?
Thank you. So it's my understanding that there was a little confusion in the application permit process, and you're willing to comply with whatever the requirements are for that permit, and that's all you want is the few animals for your family, for your kids, so that they can have that sort of experience in life. And do you have any objections to a postponement?
What is that? I'm sorry.
Just to take this hearing and then postpone it till the next month? So
Yeah.
that we could get, do you have any objection to that? Are you okay with
No,
that?
I'm okay. They can come
Okay.
to the property, see what I have. The animals are clean, and that's
And-
what I have.
And at first, your first time that you had put in for this, you didn't understand the requirements, but
Yeah.
now you do. So giving you that extra month, we can get this all straightened out. So the next time it comes before us, everybody's on the same page.
Yes, when I first bought the property, I was excited. I love animals. Didn't do research. I started buying, which is my fault. After that other hearing, I realized I was in the wrong, and I'm willing to comply just to have horses, which is the main animal that I like to have.
So
basically.
is it my understanding that the rooster is gone?
The roosters were gone since the last.
I'm not going to ask where it went, but
I sold them, And other animals that I had that weren't allowed, I did sell them too. It's my mistake. But the roosters have been there since I bought the property, never had a complaint. Had neighbors come over, bring treats to the animals. They come over begging me to ride the ponies. I don't know. I've always been open the door to my neighborhood. Kids with Down syndrome, autism, they come over. They try to pay me. I don't accept nothing. I mean, I just do it because I like it.
Thank you.
Member Chenier?
Thank you very much, Speaker
Easy.
Van Dyne. Easy peasy. All right, my question might be for the applicant, but it sounds like it's more for Chair Pretzel. So we're not voting on any part of this case today? Or we are voting on part of it? Because if we're voting on the part about the animals, I do have questions.
It
No-
depends.
no part of the
Depend.
case.
I'm going to make a motion to postpone this to next month's full board meeting.
The entire case?
If that
Okay.
passes, obviously, you know that we're not going to vote on it today. If not, we are going to vote on it today.
Nope, that's
Uh,
okay.
Okay, but just the special use permit for additional animals. Or to be able to have horses, sorry.
We are voting on that part today.
If you guys don't approve the motion to postpone.
Okay, so my question is, you're wanting to acquire 8 additional animals, and I'm guessing they're horses?
No, the special use permit is just to allow horses. I have 5 acres and I'm allowed 5 units. With that saying, I have 2 goats, the pony. The chickens don't count. I'm allowed to have 1 chicken per 2,000 square feet. And with the acres I have, I'm allowed to have 90, but that's not included the 5 units. So with the 2 goats and the miniature pony, that's a unit and a half. And if I'm accepted to have horses, I'm allowed to have 3.
Additional.
Yeah, with what I have. So I'm gonna stay under that 5. That'll be 4.5.
That's what I was trying to, because it
Yes.
said from 5 to 13, and so I wasn't really clear about what we're doing here.
And my neighbor next door, she doesn't have horses,
Mhm.
but she has a barn to have horses. And she told me that maybe the day of tomorrow she'll bring them. She doesn't have them now. And then the one following from that one has 5 acres grandfathered to have 5 horses. And she has 2 currently.
Okay.
One passed away last year, which she had 3, but she has 2 currently horses.
Do you have a barn right now?
No, I don't. I don't have one currently. That's what I'm also applying for, to build a just shelter for the horses.
I'm hoping we postpone the whole thing till we get this straight. Thank you.
Chair Pretzel, would you please repeat what you had said and explain to the board exactly what we're voting on today? I usually just allow people to put their mic on. I don't know why the county executive insists on doing it this way. Mr. Pretzel, keep everyone quiet.
Variances are approved or denied by planning and zoning. So this applicant has already gone to planning and zoning and they either approved or denied his variances, but he does have an appeal because they denied his request for a barn. That has nothing to do with what we're doing today. Today on our agenda, we're supposed to vote for a special use permit. The special use permit would allow the applicant to have horses, a horse or up to 5 units total. Keep in mind that goats and sheep count as a half a unit. That's why he's talking about half units. He was confused when he originally went to PZC and he asked for up to 13, but he was counting his chickens and everything else. So none of that matters anymore because he doesn't even want that many. So I'm going to make a motion to postpone the vote for the special use permit for the applicant to have horses until next month's county board meeting. If that passes, we're done talking about it.
Thank you. Any other questions for this gentleman? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Denise Ross, and I'm here to speak against the case ZC 25002. I'm a little confused at the gentleman that just spoke. He says that he's the landowner. I thought Fernando was, and I don't believe Fernando has ever been to any of the cases. The woman that spoke prior, I have never seen her before, and I've lived at my residence for 20 years. I don't know who she is. I don't think she lives at that residence. I'm sorry. I'm totally confused. But let me continue. I'm sorry with what I have written here. I'm a concerned homeowner of 20 years, and I live on the Indiana side of State Line, directly across from Fernando's home. I am here also to speak for the residents in Prairie Trails. There was a petition that was signed that I had handed in on the first case, which was April 3rd. There was around 30 signed signatures. I'm against the Torres family for having more animal units than 5 that he was granted on April 3rd. It seems that there was a misunderstanding about what 5 units consist of. His Hernando finally has admitted to the goats, the sheep, the horses, the chickens, and the rooster, which I still heard this morning at the May 1st hearing. This property is not zoned agricultural, it's zoned residential, and so is our subdivision. So these are my basis of my concerns. Having farm animals in a residential community presents several challenges, including noise, odor, unwanted flies, increased risk of disease, and property value concerns. My property has gone up significantly in the 20 years that I have built that home, and I don't want to lose property value. Farm animals are noisy and will disrupt the comfort and the peace of a residential neighborhood. Additionally, the odor from the farm animals and the animal waste can become a nuisance. When the wind blows to the east, I can smell the foul odor of the animal waste while I'm outside. This has affected my quality of life and also my neighbors. Farm animals can also carry diseases that are transmittable to humans. With the proximity of the animals, and if they were to escape, they would roam into the neighborhood and could potentially bite someone if they were to get loose. Goats are known to be escaped artists and be destructive. Hernando only admitted to having 2 miniature horses on the property at the April 3rd hearing, but he must have forgot to mention that he has several goats, sheep, chickens, and a rooster. That is a disturbance and not allowed in Will County. He also asked the neighbor to board a cow for him in her empty barn. The 2 neighbors that are next to him going south, they were grandfathered in to have 2 horses. The presence of the farm animals in a residential area can negatively impact our property values. Potential buyers may be deterred by the prospect of living near livestock, and the overall aesthetics of the neighborhood will suffer. Just because someone likes animals, as he had stated, doesn't mean that they know how to properly take care of them. I've submitted pictures. You can see that they're kept in a small pen, and currently they are covered, wrapped around with a tarp, so barely any air for them to breathe. I would like to see proper documentation for the 2 years that he's claimed that he's had animals for the manure waste that is regulated by the IDA and the EPA since he's acquired these animals. I believe he can't provide these because he has been burning the manure along with plastics that go along with his kitchen garbage. There has been complaints on our Facebook page for Prairie Trails, and also my neighbor across the street on the other side of the Torres family can also witness the burning manure. He just recently acquired such as a waste management company to pick up weekly household garbage. I think the 5 units that was originally granted should be reconsidered now and denied, since he's illegally disposed of animal waste and continually adds more animals to the small confined pen with no fencing for these animals to roam and eat grass, and that he had or has well over 5 units. Let me see. I'm taking out information about the building. We'll continue that on the next court date. Mr. Torres has proven at these hearings that he hasn't been truthful. He has not adhered to regulations and laws. He also has an alternative motive for that building. He has put the cart before the horse, so to speak, no pun intended. He's accumulating all these animals without the proper place to store them. We have lots of coyotes that are in our land across the street because they have more property. I can hear them howling late at night and early in the morning. That's probably what happened to the peacocks that he had when he first moved in. There were several peacocks on his property and they are now gone. The last hearing, he said that they disappeared. Disappeared? Where'd they go? So I'm asking you at this time to understand where I'm coming from as a concerned resident, that this is unwanted. We can smell the animal feces. It's disgusting. We cannot enjoy our property, our homes that we have built up. And he has proven not to be a good landowner, neighbor, or be able to take care of animals. Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you say that you were a resident of Will County?
No,
You-
I am right across the street diagonally on the Indiana side.
Okay.
I'm a Lake County resident.
I was just asking. Thank you.
Member Logan.
Pictures?
Those are,
Are these your pictures?
that's correct.
When was the one that shows the rooster taken?
A few weeks ago. It was right before the last hearing.
Okay. So this wasn't taken today then?
It was not taken today. I do have pictures on my phone. I didn't make copies of them, of recent pictures as of this week.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no, Remember,
Actually, this is more for Chair Pretzel, so I can wait to ask it if that
yeah,
makes
okay,
sense.
that's fine then. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Kind of in shock, kind of still appalled.
Can you please say your name, sir?
Name's Jose Lopez, JOSEJLOPEZ. I'm the neighbor. I'm the one directly next to them. And this is a KCZ 25002. My address, property address is 24958 South State Line Road. This was all brought fresh to us. We were approached by the neighbor, the Torres family, to support something that was pretty much misinformed. What I believe was a shed for animals, and I know this is not the topic of this this hearing or this meeting. I'm sorry, but something led me to just be here and find out for myself. And I was just disgusted by the fact that a lot of things, even if said, I know we're under oath, but I and my family have witnessed since they moved into the property certain things that are not kind of raised flags. So therefore, I'm here to express my objection, my family's objection to all of this. I want to begin by saying that I fully support now that the community is stepping up. I'm going to say like a month and a half before, we were the family that was kind of getting the finger pointed at. The burning, the animal waste, the smell. Because if you look at the map of the property and how they're together, it's like an L shape. So all the burning of feces, animal feces or whatnot, it occurred behind my house. Residents on the other side of the Indiana side, and that's another thing about living unincorporated. It's what some people have that misconception of what we can get away with. Just because we're in the outskirts of the county or the state, or people on the other side of the state, Indiana side, don't have a word, don't have anything to say because it's, I don't know what the legalities is but I started getting letters from concerned neighbors saying that your smell, your open burnings or whatnot. Now I can say, yeah, I didn't know anything, but I know if I'm going to move into an incorporated, if I'm going to move into a community, I'm going to find out what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do. Licenses for animals, et cetera, et cetera. So that was the beginning. That was a red flag. Being a very busy person, I work for a major railroad, so I'm out of the house a lot, but I pay attention to everything in my house. I know we all have different types of lifestyles. We love animals, some people don't. And again, unincorporated doesn't mean everybody should have, what I have to show is my responsibility in maintaining all that stuff. So I have to be here to just express that objection to all of this because it just interrupted the peace, the character, integrity of the neighborhood all of a sudden, This proposed, and I'm not going to mention again the structure because you guys already ruled that out. That's for another time. I can attest that we moved into a quiet community, although rural. Us specifically because this is going to be the last resting place for my wife. I know what I'm hearing here is a lever. I'm not going to use that as a lever to justify anything that I'm going to do or anything that I'm seeking. Being the parent of a 21-year-old autistic child, we raised a son with autism. But I'm not gonna come up here and place that in here as a lever to justify things. Although I respect my neighbor's lifestyle, something that I've seen throughout the time that he's been there are just the decisions he's made, the measures he's taken to prepare the land, disregarding or respecting other neighbors' properties. Now, I'm not going to give an excuse. I could have talked to him. Some of the people here that came up here to speak for that, I've never seen before. This is actually the first time I've ever seen them. Some people are going to say, we live here, this is our property, our kids, or whatever the reason, it's all going to be up to you guys. Again, we're under oath. And the thing is, I have it's not a new construction, it's years old, but my house is surrounded because of my job. I have to surround my house with cameras. So I can't come up here and say, I don't have this, or these animals are gone, or this and that, or the smell is gone. It's something that my family is very big on is accountability. Every action that everything that I do, I'm going to be accountable for. Therefore, it's just things to I hate to kind of debrief or vent out, but the pattern that my neighbor has showed throughout the year and a half since they moved in hasn't been a good one.
We have a couple questions for you. We entertain a couple questions. All right, very good. Member Butler?
So it's fair to say that you're objecting?
I'm objecting, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Berkowitz?
Thank you, Madam Executive. Sir, do you, the applicant's parcel is like a L shape?
It's like an L.
Are you the parcel that's in front of
I'm on the
well, I
south
don't know
part.
if that's east or west,
So-
but you're adjacent?
It's going to be south. I'm right next to him.
Okay.
So the property
Okay.
that's mostly affected is mine.
So his parcel wraps around the back of your parcel. Okay. Now, so are you sharing with us that there is burning of materials?
So up until I guess it was brought to his attention. Yes, there has been burning up to, I'm going to say a month ago. And I'm not just saying that if the thing is, I'm not the type that I'm not here to attack anyone. I'm not here to disrupt anyone's way of living or enjoyment of the properties. It's just everything that has been done just to get this, even if it's creating, I'm going to say, creating all this just to get a permit, just to get a barn, you know. There wasn't animals, I'm going to say in June, there wasn't a lot of animals. Now we're looking at a lot of goats, a lot of roosters. But it's really not that. It's sometimes we try to enjoy our yard, the little time that I have to spend with my family. And not to mention my wife, you know, time that she has. We'll go out there and it just smells, you know?
And did you communicate these concerns with the county land use or local
All of
authorities?
that was brought up. Now, there's another misconception about the township doesn't have a big say-so, because it's always the county that overrules, but it's all developing. A lot of neighbors don't know about this, or they're misinformed about it. And little by little, they're coming to my house. Now that there's a Facebook page now I hear. So my time, my communication with the neighbors, other neighbors, I'm just here to express my family's needs, to attest of what we've seen throughout this time that they've been there. And in the beginning, like any neighbor, I mean, it's in a good way. And then next thing you know, you kind of see the real face of people. But I really hate that use of a disability or just to as a lever to get something, you know?
I can't tell if there's any type of a fencing in between your properties. Is there, and have the
My
animals ever come onto your property or
everything-
onto the road?
Everything's caged up, as far as I see. There is a fence line that exists in between the properties, but again, because of the clearing of the land, the regrading of the land, I don't even know if there was permits. The thing is that it's really not for me to ask if people have visited this site, what's permitted and what's not. I'm not gonna ever regrade land. I mean, we're all for greenery, a greener community. But when it comes to like chopping trees down without permission, and then there should be no oops, you know, I'm sorry. How do you fix that? So it's really not me. It's me here speaking up. But I'm just being approached by new neighbors that I've never met before. So with concerns and what's going on. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have a
I
couple,
appreciate it.
yeah, we have a couple more questions. Member Newquist?
Thank you. So I understand your concerns, but I think there's a lot of confusion about this. So because it's zoned R1, he is allowed to have 5 animal units. That is not something that we vote on. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong here. That is not something that we have to give him permission for. So he could have 10 goats or 10 sheep or 5 goats and 5 sheep without this board approving it or disapproving it. The only thing that we vote on is whether or not he's allowed to have horses as part of that 5-unit animal mix. So let me ask you this, are you specifically opposed to the horses?
To be honest, I'm going to be honest. I could come here and say one thing. If you were the neighbor living next to them and didn't see any of the things that are said here, of course you're going to object, because there's no transparency, there's no accountability.
I'm not saying your concerns aren't valid. I think they are. But what I'm saying is, unfortunately, the only thing that this board can vote on is whether or not he can keep horses as part of that 5-unit mix. I mean, the rest, your concerns are certainly valid, and that is something that code enforcement, you know, it's that can address. So I think people, a lot of the neighbors are really confused about the power of this board, and that's why I'm just curious. So it's not really the horses that you're objecting
okay,
to.
so-
It's the whole setup.
My thing is always this, there's always a thin line with everything, every decision that you guys make. Whether it's privately, commercially, whatever the reason is. I mean, I'm sure that nobody should remind you guys that you guys are here to respectfully
So I think we're just going to ask you if you could answer the question. I think Member Newquist is asking if you object to, and I know you're being cautious. You don't
Yeah.
want to disparage anyone here. We
Yes.
all gain that. But I think her question is whether or not you object to additional horses on.
Not additional horses. just
Horses, I'm sorry,
horses.
horses on his property.
I
think
do,
that's-
I do, based on my, my observations throughout the year. Yes, that's. the-
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Member Mitchell.
I only have one question. If you could just answer this one question. Have you ever yourself gone to your neighbor and said, hey, it stinks over here, clean this up? Have you ever done that?
Oh,
Just,
I'll give
and
you-
just, yes or no?
I'll give you an example.
Yes or no?
It's a
Yes,
yes,
no?
it's a yes
Yes
with
or
an
no?
If I'm permitted, just, okay,
You're asked, yeah.
We-
You're permitted.
okay. It's a back and forth thing indirectly in a way. But an example is, we have a playground for our daughters. I have two daughters, a 6-year-old and a 11-year-old now. We built this right when we bought the house. And this was their space. I'm gonna say, later on that summer, there was when our neighbors moved in, there was a chicken coop a couple of feet away from them. I don't know if it was to discourage my girls to not play in their playground or to not respect their space, but little things like that indirectly, I'm not gonna say are unintentional. So it's not a feud between neighbors. It's just I'm gonna say it's what I could get away with. That's it.
Thank you. Member, or I'm sorry, Chair Speaker Van Dyne, I'll get it.
Since I see no lights on, I will keep
You
my,
can't, yeah, okay.
I will keep my comment to myself.
Okay, all right, all right. All right. I think you've answered all the questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank
All
you
right.
guys.
All
Thank
right,
you guys.
Thank you. Okay, so I know we're going to have, Member Berkowitz, do you still want the chief to come up? Well, he's going to have, so chief, you're going to come up, yeah. So Brian, would you like to start with your talk, what you're going to present now and remind people?
All right, I'm not clear if this is more appropriate during the public hearing portion or the
Told,
later
I agree,
portion.
but I was told to have you come now.
All right, not a problem. Brian Radner from the Land Use Department. I just wanted to correct a statement that was made earlier about the in the minutes and in the agenda, it says that there was a 3-2 vote for denial of the zoning case 24-117 for the special use permit for the solar facility. The vote was 3-2. That is enough per ordinance to get the recommendation for approval. So for map amendments and special uses, it's just a simple majority of the members present. So it was 3 yes, 2 no. So even though the statement of facts is incorrect in the draft minutes, say denial, it was an approval. All right. So variances are different. Variances do require 4 votes by the Plan Commission to be approved and not a simple majority. So earlier, a statement was made by the attorney that our agenda was incorrect, and that is accurate.
So, okay, so Julie, if you have a question regarding that statement, or if again, if it's going to be about process, you can ask during our normal discussion. Oh, sorry, wrong person. Yeah. All right. So you have a question? Yeah. So if it's
Case that was just, but I
you
did
can do
have a
that one
question
during,
for staff.
you can do that one during, you can do that one during.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, I want to be clear. This says PZC voted 3-2 recommending denial for the special use permit for the commercial solar energy facility with 5 conditions. You're saying that that is incorrect, that the 3-2 vote was recommending approval.
Correct.
For the special.
It should have said
I just-
3-2 approval. Correct.
So there is a mistake on our
There is a
agenda.
mistake, and the attorney
Okay.
was correct when she made that statement.
Okay, thank you.
Number 2, it has the same exact mistake.
Okay.
So it says PZC voted 3-2 recommending to deny the special use permit. This is for the horses.
Okay.
Since we're pointing these out,
All right, thank you. All right. All right, I think you're good, sir. We're going to have the chief come up for Member Berkowitz, one more question for the chief. You're on.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming back up. I wanted to just come to a complete understanding. I indicated that I would like to be assured that there was a fire safety plan coordinated and in place between concerned parties, which includes EMA, local fire districts, and anybody else who would be called in the case of an emergency. And I know everything is, you guys are all helping each other now. You know, there's typically, whenever there's a fire or any type of event, we see multiple municipalities there. You all come in together quite often. So does that plan exist? Are you comfortable? Do you feel, you had said that you don't have the equipment you need to address the
Give one
situ-
question at a
and then-
time. One question at a time for him.
Okay,
Yeah, give him one question at a time.
So first of all, I'm the fire marshal with New Lenox. I'm part of public safety with the fire district. Your first question was about the emergency plan. As of today, we have not seen an emergency plan. So we don't even know what that entails at this point.
So what are your thoughts about the ATV that is being gifted to you? Is that going to solve your problems?
So we don't know. Early on in the discussions that we had with the company was about widening the roads, about having more access. And if my recollection is correct, they were saying that if they widen those areas, they would lose solar panels, which then would make their area smaller. So we had talked about some type of SUV, not SUV, a UTV type thing that we'd be able to navigate the property. And that's kind of nothing after that's been said about, typically these things maybe carry 100 gallons, 150 gallons of water, which is not much. But again, it would help us gain access, more access than we currently would have with the current equipment that we do have.
I appreciate that. However, I think in the interest of the public safety for the residents and for any first responders coming out to the parcel, you've got equipment. The accommodation should be made for the equipment you have to try to retrofit a small vehicle, whether it's an ATV or.
Right, and that's the problem. We currently don't have
That
it.
makes no sense to me because time is of the essence
Right.
and you always need to prepare for the
So
worst
again,
case
just to
scenario.
give you an example, what I would see if there's an incident on the property, our closest station would respond there, verify that there is an emergency, then they would have to call the UTV out on a trailer from another station to bring it out.
How far away is the closest station? 2 to 3 minutes or?
Yeah, I would just assume about 2 to 3 minutes or response time. So, I mean, 3 or 4 minutes away. When someone calls 911, by the time we get dispatched, get on the road, 2 or 3 minutes of a response time. So total maybe 4 or 5.
And do you have, at that site, will there be a system that will not only notify the company in the case of a fire or malfunction, will it also notify you in real time?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Balich.
I had a question for Brian Radner.
Is it something that can wait till we vote, before you vote? Is it specific to
Yeah.
the hearing?
Oh,
Okay.
I remember you told me I couldn't ask the question then. I had to come back later.
No, you can, It was, but yeah, that was just,
I got it.
that was, yeah, that was because we
And
wanted
you
to
said
clarify
it'll
the vote.
count for the
I think you're
public
good, chief. Yeah, I'll come back to you and we have discussion
Well,
on
you
that.
know what I want to ask? It's real quick. It'd be about
Well,
10
he's gonna do,
seconds.
all right,
You
well,
don't
we're
even have
gonna,
to
well,
walk
we're not
out.
done yet because Mr. Brander come up and now we're gonna have people come back and reply to the chief's statement, so.
Okay.
Yep, this is a
I'll
hearing,
wait.
folks.
I'll wait.
Thank you.
I just want to mention that the emergency response plan that it was submitted as part of the special use permit application, and it is finalized as part of the building permit process. So we're going to be coordinating with all emergency services, the fire district, getting all of their approvals, and that is all required prior to building permits.
Thank you. All right, okay. Brian, do you want to come? He has something regarding this hearing that he needs to ask you. Do you mind coming back up, sir? Well, if it's regarding the hearing, yeah. Oh. Not yet. Well, he's up now. We made Brian walk all the way up here. Go ahead and ask him.
My question is, during public comments, one of the people said that only 9 people were notified about the public hearing. And so I'm asking you if that's true, why is only 9 people contacted about it?
Sure. After that statement was made, I looked at the documents that were submitted with this case file. There were 98 people that were notified. There was publication in Shaw Media that was done correctly, and the applicant placed up the 4x8 signs as this county board and land use committee have recommended for projects of this nature. So all the public notice requirements were completed.
I'm going to go up. We're off the rails now. Sorry. Go ahead.
We are
Member-
off the rails.
We are
and
off
let's
the
keep
rails.
going.
Member O'Gala, go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask, so a person who's in the community would never know exactly how many people were notified, only the people that they're talking to. So I'm just questioning, is there somewhere online that the resident could look and see for ZC 241235 that these people received notification? Is that known anywhere? Is that shown anywhere? Because if there was, then people could look and say, oh, it wasn't just 9, it was
I
however many you
don't
said.
believe that that's shown through our online permitting system, but I don't want to say that for certain that you can't find it there, but I don't think it is. So I don't believe that would be the case.
So maybe it'd be a good thing to include that in the staff report saying that the applicant has notified 52 residents or adjoining residents or whatever. Then we would know. And if anyone is reading from the public, they could see that 52 residents were notified. That would be a good thing to do.
Okay.
All right, we are going to have the chair.
I was just going to make a motion to close public hearing as soon as possible.
Second.
Motion to close public hearing by Pretzel, seconded by O'Gala. Nope. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman.
Yes.
O'Gala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Alich. Oxley. Brooks.
Oh, yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
21 affirmative. We are now, the public hearing is now closed. Before I put it back to Chair Pretzel, ACA. Mary would like to say something. I can't think of your last name right
Hey,
now.
Trish,
Sorry.
it's
just
quite all
escaped me.
right.
It
I
just
will not
escaped
join
me.
you on that. I do it myself many times. I just want to remind all the county board members that you should disregard any information that you have heard outside of the hearing process, and you should only consider information that was presented during hearing or is a part of the official record.
Chair Pretzel.
Thank you, Madam Executive. First up on today's agenda, zoning case ZC 24123, Custer Township and Braidwood Fire Protection District. They're asking for a special use permit for a dynamic digital display. a variance for the minimum setback of a dynamic display sign face from a residential structure from 300 feet to 180 feet, and variance for minimum side yard setback from 10 feet to 8.26 feet. This is in Custer Township, commonly known as 21750 West Route 113, Custer Park, Illinois, County Board District Number 1. PZC voted 5-0 with two conditions to approve the special use permit. PZC voted 5-0 to approve both variances for the minimum setback of a sign and the minimum side yard setback. Land Use and Development was 7-0 to approve the special use permit, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Balich, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 2 on the agenda, zoning case ZC 25002, Fernando Torres, owner of record, requesting a special use permit for the keeping of a farm animal, a variance for maximum accessory building area from 1,800 square feet to 4,253 square feet, variance for animal units from 5 to 13, variance for lot frontage from 165 feet to 101.53 feet, Crete Township, commonly known as 24948 South State Line Road, Crete, Illinois, County Board District Number 3. I would actually like to make a motion to postpone this case to the June County Board meeting.
There's a motion by Pretzel to postpone to the June board meeting, seconded by Butler. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Trenier, seconded by Dean Schlottman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Number 3 is zoning case ZC 24125, special use permit for packaged liquor sales in Homer Township, commonly known as 14747 West 159th Street, Homer Glen, Illinois, County Board District Number 4. PZC was unanimous in support. Land Use and Development also unanimous to approve the special use permit for packaged liquor sales with 3 conditions, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Freeman. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Costa, seconded by Balich. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next on the agenda, number 4, zoning case ZC 24117, Pentagon Properties, requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility, a variance for maximum ground cover plant height from 13 inches to 30 inches, a variance for number of required mowings from 5 times to 1 time. This one's in New Lenox Township, commonly known as the vacant property on South Gauger Road, south of 500 South Gauger Road, New Lenox, Illinois, County Board District Number 2. PZC voted 3-2, recommending approval for the special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility with 5 conditions. PZC was 5-0, recommending approval for the variance for the maximum ground cover plant height from 13 to 30 inches. PZC was 3-2, recommending approval for the variance for the number of, denying the variance for the number of required mowings from 5 times to 1 time. No, sorry. Yeah, that's correct, denying. And then land use was 0-7, thereby denying the special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility with 5 conditions, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Oxley. Are there any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Chair. You're still on.
All right, thank you. First of all, there's a lot of talk about the state statute on this case, and I just want to say, I strongly believe that the state legislature got this one wrong. And shame on them for putting us in this position month after month after month, where we're forced to vote on something, where we have a public hearing, we have people come to us saying they're concerned about their health and safety, and then we're supposed to rubber stamp it. I couldn't disagree with that more. If they want to rubber stamp these, then it should just be a yes. It should never come to this board. And I'd actually like to put a halt on any more solar cases from this point on until we hear what happens in these legal battles that we're facing. So I also hope that when these cases are given their day in court, that the judge takes into account these public hearings where we have people come to us and say they're concerned about their drinking water, they're concerned about extreme weather blowing solar panels into their backyard, hurting their kids. I hope they hear about the fire safety issues. I hope they understand that we have fire marshals coming to us saying, we're not sure if we can manage this if it comes to our town. So shame on them for putting us in this position. I also want to say I live in New Lenox, I represent this area, and I know that this property that's in discussion here is absolutely ripe for residential development. Next year, we're going to start the widening process of Gauger Road. This is going to give direct access to I-355. It's going to give a faster route to anyone that works at Silver Cross Hospital. We also have one of the largest sports complexes being constructed right now that's going to bring tens of thousands of people into this area. If and when these homes start popping up on this property, they're going to be gobbled up quickly and at a premium. This is a highly desired area right in the heart of our town, walking distance to the Hickory Creek Bike Trail. It's walking distance to our Commons area where we have some of the greatest concerts around. It's walking distance to both Lincoln Way West and Providence Catholic High School. These homes will go quick. It's also in the Union School District. For those of you that don't know, year after year, that school district gives their residents 100% of their tax dollars back. And I think that's going to continue. I would bet that when people move in, or when homes go for sale on these properties, they would sell quicker than homes that go for sale in another school district, in the New Lenox School District, which is also a great school district. People want to live in that school district. It's also close proximity to existing homes and subdivisions. And these are big, beautiful homes. You can drive down Gauger Road right now and see these are subdivisions that people paid a lot of money to be in. And as you heard today, the residents of these areas do not want to see these solar farms. I'm going to be a no on this. I encourage you all to be a no on this. You heard the village come. The mayor was at our committee meeting strongly opposing this. It's not that I oppose solar, it's that this is the wrong place for it. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Hickey.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I agree with everything that Member Pretzel said about all of the concerns. This seems like an area that would be ripe for development. But the one thing I do disagree about is that we have a law and that we're supposed to follow it. And I guess until we know how things shake out, this is what we're left with. So I just feel like my hands really are tied as far as how I vote on this. I just want to let people know. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Balich.
Yeah, we listened to the people talk, and I commented, asked questions to everybody like I'm supposed to now. So I can't just think about it. It's got to be said in public hearing. Otherwise, it don't count. That's why I insisted on talking before. I think it's stupid, but that's okay. I go along with what we're told a little bit. And then, by the way, I do insist on getting a legal opinion from the state's attorney saying that we can't talk to people that we represent about land use cases. So I don't want to argue with nobody about it. I want a legal written opinion. Jim asked Joe, so I want to get it. But now with this case, every single person that talked, there was a hardship. Every single person that came and talked had a hardship, and they were all different hardships. So special use permits can be stopped if there's hardships. There were lots of hardships. So I made sure that they said it was a hardship by asking the right questions, because they were hardships. And then for me, I don't like solar because we're subsidizing it. As soon as the government stops giving them subsidies, the solar goes away. And what's going to happen when that new hydrogen engine that they develop goes in? Do you think the solar panels are going to be worth anything anymore? So, I just leave it with that. We should be saying no because of all the hardships right now.
Member O'Gala.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple of statements myself. One, I find that the attorney who represents the solar facility continues to be rude, making the statement that Soltage will leave the land better than it is today. How do you make that bold statement, and what proof do you have to prove that to me? I farm. I have many friends who are farmers, and we are very good stewards of the land. We put in conservation practices so that the soil does not erode, so that it doesn't wash into the ditches, so that it doesn't wash into the creeks, so that anything that is plied stays on that soil. And our no-till and strip-till processes make the ground much better than it ever was. And having crops rotated on it makes it also good. So I'm really upset that somebody comes before this board and makes that bold statement based on being an attorney for a solar company. That's completely rude. I do want to also address another thing, and I agree with Frankie. We are at a situation here where we are being inundated with solar facilities on our farmland. And while I agree it should not be close to residential, heck, I live in the farm and I don't want to look at it either. I don't want it next to my house. So just because I am one house on a square mile, that doesn't make me any less important than anybody else. But with having said that, I do know that this year we saw more bills come forward from legislators to look and make some changes to the current legislation. Nothing has moved forward yet on that, but our ISACO and UCCI tells us that they expect some changes to come forward during an omnibus bill, energy bill later this year. So based on that, I will continue to vote no for the reasons that we have a board have voted no for solar, is that we do not want these solar facilities, because they're not a farm, next to highly residential areas. We do not want it. We have stated it again and again. This is the only case that situation that we are currently voting no on. We aren't voting no when we see 4 solar facilities proposed out in the countryside. We aren't doing that. This is the only time we're doing that, and I'm going to stick with my vote on that because I hope that Springfield pays attention and listens to us and hears us and makes some of these changes so that we can accommodate our residents who do not want to have solar right next to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Dean Schlottman.
I echo what Member Pretzel and Member Ogala have said. I believe that we just keep getting inundated with these, and we are in the middle of, figuring out what the legal ramifications of what it was like when we have voted no on this. And the state of Illinois wants to continue to say, well, we've passed a law and you have to follow it. The state of Illinois likes to follow the rules that it wants to follow when it's in accordance with the federal government. So this board can say no to Illinois and stand up for the residents and figure out what's going to happen from there. But I agree with Member Pretzel 100%. We should just wait and see what's going to happen before we go forward with any more of these.
Member Butler.
Thank you. So Germany was is the leader when it comes to, solar and wind power. And at best that they were able to generate maybe 35% of their power. And I think some people can recall in the last couple of years ago in the winter where they were having to burn wood for heat. Solar's not going to do it. The previous administration under Biden, when I went to NACO, they told us solar was not going to keep up with our power demands, that they were leaning more towards modular nuclear. So I know that people think, and I agree, solar's cool. We looked at a plant and wow, they were able to create energy and, from the sun, and look, we can do that too. I love that. But, that's great for on your house. But when you start taking up all the land, the agricultural land that comes up, one thing that a farmer will tell you is once agricultural land is bought, it never, if it's bought for any other use, it is never returned back to agriculture. So I would just say to all my fellow board members that our hands are not tied. We have the ability to vote on this and make a decision. And that's what the people that elected us expect us to do. And until that changes, our hands are not tied. We are able to make a difference. And I would encourage everyone here to support that notion. Thank you.
Member Trenier.
I'm just going to pass.
Okay, thank you. All right, Member Freeman.
I have a legal question. It's been said that we should just wait and see, but if a case is brought toward us and we vote it down, if it were to go to court, would any new laws apply to it, or would it fall, or would it be grandfathered in under the present ones?
It would be decided under the present law.
Thank you.
Member Newquist?
Thank you. So I voted no for this in land use, which is kind of unusual for me when it comes to solar. But I was thinking of it from a different perspective. It's not that I don't respect the residents' concerns. Some of them may or may not be true. But from my perspective, why do we even allow villages to have a planning area if we're then going to say, oh, well, too bad. No matter what you planned, we're going to allow this special use permit. And if there was ever a textbook case for looking and seeing that this is probably clearly going to be residential development, I mean, this case in my mind is it. But having said that, I also feel that we, you know, if we vote against this, there's a pretty good chance we'll get sued. And how well is that serving the taxpayers? So I'm really on the fence about this. Thank you.
All right. I do not see any more lights, so Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. No. Ogalla. Pretzel. No. Butler. No. Newquist. No. Balich. No. Huxley. No. Brooks. No. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. No. Freeman. Mitchell. No. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Yes. Costa. Rainier. Yes. Van Dyne.
No.
$16 in the negative, the motion fails. Hold on, sorry, I turned, yeah, thank you.
Zoning case ZC 24126, John H. Hazard, requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility, a variance for the number of required mowings from 5 times to 1 time, a variance for maximum ground cover plant height from 13 inches to 36. This one's in Florence Township, commonly known as vacant property in Wilmington, Peatone Road, 417 feet east of Illinois Route 53, Wilmington, Illinois County Board District Number 1. PZC was unanimous in support of the special use permit, and 3-2 recommending therefore denial of the variance for the number of required mowings from 5 to 1 time, and 5-0 to recommend approval for the variance for maximum ground cover plant height from 13 to 30 inches. Land Use and Development voted 6-1 to approve the special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility with 4 conditions, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, second by Trinier. Any discussion? Member or Speaker Van Dyne?
Thank you, Madam Executive. In District 1, the district that Katie and myself represent, we have a lot of small towns. It's kind of unusual than maybe some of the other districts. These small towns contain right around 5,000 to 15,000 population size per town. We also have many miles in between these towns, many miles of farmland, open space. You know, and time again, we do talk about location, just like the last case. In this particular case, this solar farm is projected to be right next to the sign that says, "Welcome to Wilmington, Illinois, population 5,700 people." We've shut down solar farms before because of the location problems, and I'm willing to do this again for the residents outside of Wilmington and the folks that travel between those towns. So I would encourage my fellow board members that this is a bad location and vote no.
Member Dean Schlottman.
I'm just going to echo what Member Van Dyne said, and I will be a no vote on this as well.
Member Balich.
I hope that everyone votes no. And I said why we should never be doing these solar projects numerous times, and I don't want to repeat it again, but they stink.
Member Newquist, sorry.
Maybe one of you guys can clarify something for me. I thought the Village of Wilmington was okay with this location.
Hold on a second. Can you respond to that one
I
as
can
well?
respond, and as a matter of fact, I did meet with the mayor last night. It might have been a different project that you're thinking of. The original project was on the south end of town that we denied. That solar farm company had came back and made a cash offer to the city of Wilmington, and also a cash offer if they came back to the county board and would approve them, give them even a greater cash offer. This particular solar farm, they are not in favor of.
All right, I don't see any more lights. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, I must take the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. No. Pogella. No. Pretzel. No. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley. No. Brooks.
No.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
No.
Freeman. Mitchell. Ortiz. Yes. Berkowitz. Hickey. Yes. Costa. Rainier. Van Dyne.
16 in the negative, the motion fails.
Okay, I have one resolution today, 25-122, authorizing a first extension of a special use permit for zoning case ZC 22096, Crete Goodnow 1 LLC, Crete Township, commonly known as vacant property on the northeast corner of East Goodnow Road and Dutton Road, Crete, Illinois. Land Use and Development voted 5-2 to approve this extension request, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Butler. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. No. Pogella. No. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ortiz. Yes. Berkowitz. No. Hickey. Yes. Costa. Yes. Rainier. Yes. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Seventeen in the affirmative, the motion carries.
That's all I have today. The next Land Use and Development Committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, June 5th, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Finance, Chair Newquist.
Okay. Okay, we have on the consent agenda, we have item A, authorizing payment to Stepping Stone, B, committing funds for the University of Illinois Cooperative, and then C, increasing compensation for election judges, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Berkowitz. Previous roll call by Ogala, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Oh, no, I'm sorry, we don't.
Oh,
Okay, so that's a consent agenda then. So we have to do I see what you're
roll
saying.
call,
Okay.
yeah.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you.
Richmond. Williams. Yes. Dean Schlottman. Yes. Pogella. Yes. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Newquist.
Yes.
Balich.
Yes.
Oxley. Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey.
Yes.
Bullock.
Yes.
Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz.
Yes.
Hickey.
Yes.
Costa.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Van Dyne.
Yes.
And Richmond.
21 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, number 2, appropriating funds for in the sheriff's budget, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Berkowitz, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And number 3, the monthly financial report to be placed on file, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Mitchell. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Hickey, seconded by Newquist. I'm sorry, Winfrey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, June 3rd.
Thank you. Moving on to Transportation Committee, Chair Trenier.
Thank you, Madam Executive. We have a rather large consent agenda today. The first item is establishing Will County as a Vision Zero county. We also have a number of awards being given. PT Farrow Construction for some work on resurfacing Route 6 in County Board District 4. Also to Austin Tyler Construction for resurfacing in Districts 4 and 5 on 163rd Street. Approving a professional services agreement for pavement management system. Authorizing an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Joliet and the County of Will for maintenance on traffic signals on Renwick and Old Renwick Trail. We also have authorization of approval for professional services and design engineering for Manhattan Money Road from US Route 45 to Center Road in County Board District 3. We have title commitment reports for Manhattan Money Road, also from US Route 45 to Center Road in District 3. And a second one on title commitment reports, also on Manhattan Money Road, Center Road to Westerly Monroe Municipal Limits in County Board District 3. Transportation funds being approved for the design engineering associated with the grade separation of a railroad crossing on Gauger, District 2. Authorizing approval of professional services for several parcels of property, an acquisition company for improvements to Laraway Road at US Route 45 in County Board Districts 2 and 3. Approval of professional service agreement for right-of-way acquisition, again, for improvements to Laraway Road, County Board Districts 2 and 3 along the US 45 route intersection. Authorizing approval of the professional service agreement for right-of-way, again, with another company for parcels, again, on Laraway Road in County Board Districts 2 and 3. And last, another one for right-of-way acquisition services for several parcels of property along St. Francis Road at the Marley Road intersection in County Boards District 2, 4, and 5. And I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Balich. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And our next Public Works and Transportation Committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, June 3rd, 9 a.m. Hope to see you all there. Thank you very much.
Member Butler, Public Health and Safety Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 2 items on a consent agenda. The first is appropriating funds in the Health Department budget. And the second one is Sunny Hill Nursery Home admission policy for non-Will County residents. I so move.
Motion by Butler, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Berkowitz, seconded by Trenier. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Our next Public Health and Safety meeting is scheduled for Thursday, June 5th.
Thank you. Chair Ortiz, Legislative Committee.
Thank you, Madam Executive. We have nothing to bring forward this month. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Freeman, Capital Improvements Committee.
Thank you. We have nothing to bring forward. It did come up, however, at the meeting that there are some that have knowledge about certain things that need to be updated or checked on or followed up on, especially in the IT department. And I am just going to request that the whole board is here now, that if you do have any of those, please email me, email the chief of staff, the speaker, so that we can get those on the agenda. Our next capital improvement meeting will be Tuesday, June 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker Van Dyne. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you may have skipped
I
one.
did. It's on a little line at the bottom. I'm sorry. Chair Dean Schlottman, Landfill Committee.
Thank you, Madam Executive. We will be going on a field trip this next meeting, Wednesday, June 4th, to the landfill. So that should be exciting for everyone who hasn't gotten a chance to do that.
Thank you. That's your regular June 4th meeting? Thank you. All right, now, Speaker Van Dyne.
Thank you again, Madam Executive. We do have under item 1, we have about 6 items that are on our consent agenda. The County of Will working with USACE DuPage River buyouts and some engineering work, amending some governance rules and procedures for the county board, designating Midland Federal Savings and Loan as a county depository, resolution supporting the dissolution of the Southeast Joliet Sanitary District, and then authorizing you to execute some IGAs. So I would make a motion to approve.
Okay, hold on. We have to remember, like, I can tell you, but we have to figure out at what point do they, if you want something removed, I think we have to right away let us know. So, Member Richmond?
So I did let
Okay.
staff know at our caucus meeting that I wanted to pull it up.
Okay, all
Because
right.
I don't want to be doing it on the floor, just,
Okay.
I give everybody plenty of time to understand what's
Yeah.
going on that, so.
Okay, so we are removing item
D.
D. Okay, so the consent agenda is for A, B, C, E, and F. We have a motion by Van Dyne. Is there a second? Seconded by Trenier. Previous roll call by Costa, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So Joe, you can go to
And-
D now.
Yeah, and for the record, Jim is correct.
Sorry.
He did request this to be removed early, so that is very much appreciated. Just slipped my mind. Okay, so let's move to item 1D, the resolution 25-144, resolution supporting the dissolution of Southeast Joliet Sanitary District, the transfer of its assets and liabilities. I will make a motion.
Motion by Van Dare, seconded by Trenier. Is there any discussion? Member Richmond? Did you have a discussion? Yeah.
So this is in discussion regarding the,
Southeast Joliet, yeah.
okay. So I have to admit, Elaine has been very good at responding back to this information. Last week in executive committee, we were, handed a little bit of information. I asked for a number of other discussion points in that, and I'm trying to find my paperwork on it. So I'll just kind of net it out. It's roughly a project that covers about 500 PIN numbers, maybe
700 homes.
700 homes. Yeah. It's projected to cost roughly $15 million. On that $15 million, it's a 5-year project. In our discussions yesterday, I believe it was, this could possibly go on for 10 years. Some of the discussions we've had is the fact that a portion of that, or a large portion of that, which is $600,000 times 5 years, which roughly $3 million, is going to come from CDBG funding. That funding may or may not be around in the future. If anybody had a chance to read through this, is the city of Joliet is looking to take over this property. It is unincorporated area, except there could be some financial exposure there for us as a county moving forward if that funding is dropped off. There is some federal funding, and I apologize, I don't have my sheet right here in front of me. But Elaine, I was wondering if you could explain to everybody some of the discussion we had yesterday in regards to the fact that what our risks and exposures could be over the long term for this property. And I'm not disagreeing that anybody needs, shouldn't have water and sewer, safe water, safe sewer, and all that kind of stuff. It's just we need to go into these situations with eyes wide open so that future boards understand that we at least understood what we were saying yes to from a financial perspective. Because also what I did hear Elaine say is that this could take 5 to 10 years. So it's not like it's going to be an immediate fix for these folks to have water. And they should also know that too, is that this isn't going to happen overnight. So if you could kind of provide the information that you've provided me over the course of the past couple of days in email to the rest of the board, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Member Richmond. I feel like you did give a really good overview of kind of what the district currently is at, as well as kind of the funding breakdown right now. The cost to overall improve the water system is estimated at this point in time to be about $15 million. City of Joliet has agreed that they could come in and go ahead and take over the operation and maintenance of the water system, leaving that community of Southeast Joliet Sanitary District as unincorporated, right? So those residents are not going to be required to annex into the city of Joliet. The estimate of $15 million to improve the system involves a complete updating of the entire system, right? So it's all of the pipes, it's the pipes to the home, it's installation of water meters, it's all of that stuff. Our current estimate is that our CDBG funding is the $3 million over the 5 years. We've done a similar project like this, some of you all will remember, up in Fairmont, right, where it was a similar format, a similar process. I think that initial estimate was it would take about 5 years. It took more. Realistically, we're probably looking at like a 10-year time frame. So the funding breakdown that we currently have for this project is $3 million of CDBG funding. It is $3.28 million of ARPA funding. There is a $500,000 federal grant that we received from Senator Duckworth's office, as well as a $7.9 million that is kind of the additional local funding. That local funding is a little bit ambiguous at this point in time, just because it's flexible. So we need to make sure that we have a proper estimate, right? And you know, you could get into the system, start working on things and find there's something else here. They could find a bunch of hidden gold, right? And that could be towards the offset cost. Unlikely, but there are other things that could be found that could increase the cost or could decrease the cost, right? So right now that amount is flexible. It could include and be offset by assets that are currently owned by Southeast Joliet Sanitary District. They have a bank account. They also have some property that, if it has value, could be used to lower that local cost. Could we also, from our ratepayers, so the residents themselves, helping to offset that local cost, as well as maybe some efficiencies from capital planning that Joliet could realize. An additional option after we kind of get through our first initial tranche of CDBG funding that's been awarded could be a secondary allocation. We saw this up in Fairmont. It's a common practice that has happened. So that right now is a bit ambiguous, which is why there isn't an in-depth of what exactly that local funding is, because it's flexible at this point in time.
So thank you very much for wrapping that up. So basically what we're looking at is every property owner, if the number is 700, they're looking at about $11,400 per resident that would be possibly tacked on to the local residents' bills or whatever, however we're going to get that locals money, because that represents well over half of the projected budgetary costs on it. Now, the only other thing that we did discuss the other day is that this was managed by an appointed board. And I guess I find it as a human being that we let this get so deteriorated that it's in a situation where these people, you know, you can live without a lot of things, but you can't live without water. And how did it get to be so bad? I mean, somebody should have stepped in a long time ago and something should have been done, or some oversight should have been had. Because if we're taking and defunding this and having it moved over to another area, that it just seems as though there should be some accountability. And that was my primary question. You can deny people a lot of things, but you don't deny them water. And then there's lots of other places where they can get food and stuff like that, but they're very limited on where they can get water, and it's that public utility. So I would like to see us look into why this got to be so bad for these folks. So thank you.
Member Trenier.
I would love it if everybody could have public water. I pay my bill to a private company, It costs me a fortune. I have a couple questions. Do we know if the service lines to the homes currently are lead?
I'm not 100% positive the service lines to the home are lead. I do know for a fact, though, that they are undersized. So with my conversations with the city of Joliet, obviously, as improvements are made, it'll be switched over to the Lake Michigan service, and the diameter of the pipes to the homes are not the proper sizing for that, so those would have to be replaced.
And it would be important to replace those pipes anyway, I assume, because this would be a different kind of water. And I think that was the problem in Flint, Michigan. They switched to a different kind of water, and that let loose a whole torrent of problems and illnesses. Is this in Joliet Township?
Yes, it is.
Have we approached them about any of this funding?
Yes, I have. I had a conversation with, I think the new township board was sworn in. So I had a conversation with the previous
The former board.
board, and they were potentially interested. That's definitely a conversation that we'd be willing to have again, just because this is something that benefits unincorporated residents and township residents.
No, and I think that's good. And I hope we're looking at the rest of these districts. I know we put a lot of money in ARPA funds in different ones of these districts. I can't remember all the names when we were going through it, but I know we allocated funds there. I mean, I think that's something that this county executive is not ignoring, unlike maybe the past couple of county executives. And so we are addressing the problem, and better late than never, in my mind, because you don't want to wait till they get to the point like the homes, the Lehman Lyman homes. And then I appreciate Member Richmond talking about some sort of pay-in by the residents. I don't know what that amount should be. I don't know what the value of those homes are. I haven't looked at their real estate or anything like that. I don't know if it's feasible to ask them to pay anything. But I do know that if they're paying the new water rates that the city of Joliet is going to charge, I think it's going to be more than they're paying now, but it's still going to be a deal, because based on what I read about the cost for water in Joliet, in 2030, it'll be less than what I'm currently paying. And we don't want to think about what I'm going to be paying in 2030. So, yeah, I'm in support. I just had a couple questions that I didn't ask at committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Williams.
Yes, I just had a question about if this is not done, what happens?
Well, Member Williams, if this is not done at this point, the system would continue to operate as best as they could. Realistically, they are one or two major catastrophic system breaks away from being unable to operate. So that would leave them with the only option of selling to a privatized water system.
And that would be at a greater cost to them anyway, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Mitchell.
Sure. So this is the same area I'm thinking about. This area currently, some of the homeowners currently don't have water and sewer, correct? Is that correct? Some of the
No,
homes
this is
in
a
the
different area.
That's a different area. Are we going, I don't know my geography as far as this is concerned. Can we include them in this or no?
No, they're too far apart to be included within this.
Daggone it.
I know.
That was my question.
Now, Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So I guess I missed the answer. Is there, if we transfer this, is there any liability by the county, or do we have any future responsibility if we were to pass this?
So by passing this, we are continuing to reaffirm that the county is going to be allocating our CDBG funding, which has already been voted on and approved. It's solidifying that we have some existing funding in place already. So the CDBG funding, the ARPA funding, as well as the grant that we have from Senator Duckworth's office. And it's a good faith effort to showcase to City of Joliet as well as Southeast Sanitary District that we're going to work to make sure that the funds are available to make sure this project occurs.
So what that means, though, is if the CDBG funding is not there in 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, since it may take longer, it sounds to me like it will be the county's responsibility to find or come up with that money, correct? We still have an obligation.
Correct. I will say that at any point in time, if the city of Joliet, if the sanitary district themselves, or if the county says we don't want to do this anymore, and anyone walks away, the only option then is the sale of the system to a private entity.
Okay, can we ever be in the situation where somebody walks away or they can't find the money? We have to find the money, but Joliet oversights the project and we have no input. Are we always going to have a seat in the table as long as there is an obligation on our part to provide the money for this project?
I'm not sure if I fully understand your question. I'm
So
sorry,
if
Member
for
Berkowitz.
some reason the other parties fail and then it comes back, Will County has to make up the balance, 2 million, 3 million, whatever it is. Do we have a voice in the administration and the management of the dollars for this project?
So we would be assisting with the overall funding, but in terms of the actual implementation, the actual building, that is City of Joliet.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand. What I'm trying to, is that a good place to be? That's what I'm thinking. Is that a good place to be?
Member Butler?
So I'm just trying to get the whole project clear in my head here. So the sanitary district takes care of the sewers and the existing water.
Correct.
So we're just giving grant money that we receive that we can allocate just like we do many other things. And it's a year-to-year thing. All we're trying to do is step in so it doesn't have to go to a private, which for anyone who has any dealings with private water companies, not the best situation. So at any time, if the county says, we just don't got the money, we could just take a step back.
Correct.
This does not increase any kind of water or sanitary services for anyone other than the people that already have it in this area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Member Freeman?
Thank you. So I understand that the loss of the CDBG money is a possibility. I think I'm the one that kind of mentioned it at the first. I think we need to all understand there's probably going to be a lot more of these issues that come up as things get cut. But the ultimate problem is we have 700 homes that may or may not have drinkable water today or tomorrow. We have 700 homes that have a water line that could break and they would have no water. These are concerns. So the options to go private aren't great. So that leaves us with, how do we proceed? And I personally feel that this is a good option and that Joliet is there to help. And we do have money right now. Am I correct on that? That there is, what is the total dollar we have right now?
Like on hand at this current point in time, it would be the almost $4 million.
Okay. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Ogala?
Thank you. I have a couple questions. One is there anyone in this area that currently has no water at all?
That a clarifying question here, that is hooked into the system. There are residents that all the residents have water service. There are regular boil orders and there are regular disruptions to the service. But generally, yes, they all have access to water.
They have access to water, just have to boil it from some sun. Okay. And where does the current water supply come from?
Current water is from a well.
It's a well, which would be typical. And so do we know why the sanitary district has not been performing and doing their duty?
Yeah, I would say that I'm going to speak a little bit more generally because we're seeing this pop up throughout the whole county. So Southeast Joliet Sanitary District is very reminiscent of that, of the other sanitary districts and water districts that we're seeing throughout the county, that they were created in a post-war and they were created by just local residents that came back and they had a knowledge base built with the best of their hands-on experience and sized for appropriate at the time. Fast forward 50, 60 years, you've had these districts continuing to keep lower water rates without increasing them. And then all the systems continuing to get older. So it's some deferred capital maintenance as well as continued low water costs, which means that they're not able to ahead of time, ahead of these breaks, address any of their potential future issues that might be coming up. So then if when you have your deferred maintenance, something breaks, you fix it, and then down the line, it breaks again, and then you fix that, and then down the line, it breaks again. So it's not just one break a year, it then becomes a large amount that's very hard to sustainably keep up with if you've not had increased funding.
Is this board fully, are there enough members on this board right now appointed to this board? And were they receiving any compensation?
The board is fully appointed, so it is 3 members of the board. They receive, it's up on the Will County website that states exactly how much they're paid. It is it's a yearly stipend. It is truthfully very minimal, if any money at all.
Mhm. So the only thing that I see is that we have, I don't know how many areas like this, right? I mean, I don't live in the village of Peatone, but that's where my kids went to school and our church and everything. So the village of Peatone did the same thing. They didn't charge increasing amounts for the rates, so they couldn't keep their sewer and sanitary district up to speed, so they end up selling off the Aqua. And so the residents in that community, acquired some of the burden. So what will the burden be to the residents in this community? Because in Peatone, the residents are paying the burden. And I guess the burden is only the additional cost in water. So maybe that's the only burden.
I think that the goal at this point in time is to make sure that residents within Southeast Joliet Sanitary District have as minimal of burden as possible. But recognizing that there is a funding source that we haven't fully fleshed out. So recognizing that is a possibility.
Okay, and then one final question. I'm not sure if you know the answer. So this area, and I'm not sure where it is because I don't know all of Joliet, it's quite large, is the 700 and some homes, whatever. Then we had the Lyman Lehman area, which is, I think, less homes. What's the difference between that area and this area, and why are we not looking at that? What was the trigger with this for us to have this before us today?
I am not well versed enough to speak about the Lehman.
They're just 2 completely different situations. That's a sanitation district. So those homes are all part of one district. What's going on in Lyman is those are individual homes that have had individual well issues as well. So it's a system as opposed to individual homes looking for for some assistance.
Okay. Member Richmond looked up, it was $6,000 annually that those 3 members did receive as compensation. So, okay, thank you.
Member Balich.
Yeah, what's the difference between what you're talking about and like Lockport Heights Sanitary District? They did all the pipes in there. It's Bonnie Bray, Forest Manor Sanitary. They did all the pipes in there, they replaced everything. And it seems like you're just asking to replace all the bad stuff, just like happened in those. And I'm assuming it was the same in Fairmont and other places. So what is the catch here for us that we're talking about this where it's different? Or is it the same thing?
It's the same.
And we've helped Bonnie Bray as well.
Well, I mean, it seems
It is.
like,
Bonnie
seems
Bray-
to me like
it is
it's
absolutely the same.
exactly the same as what we've been doing
Yes.
for 20 years.
Yes.
So I don't, to me, I'm looking like, well, why?
I think there's just new people here who probably are new and just not understanding the tradition of this and so wanted some questions. But yes, it's absolutely the same.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
wanted to clarify that. It's like
Very nice.
getting me confused.
Right, we have member Brooks, Winfrey, and then Oxley. Okay, there you go.
I have a sermon.
You have a sermon.
Madam Executive, my statement more to you. Thank you, Elaine. Oftentimes I don't turn my mic on out of redundance. I think a lot of people say a lot of things I agree with, and I don't have to turn my mic on to say that. However, for the record, out of redundance, I agree 100% with Chairman Richmond. This is long overdue. For those of you who may not know, this is in Denise Mine District. My office is right across the street from this office, sanitary water. I'm there 7 days a week. There's 700 families out there and 699 come to my office every day. It's a big problem out there. It's long overdue. And lastly, we have sounded the alarm many times what is going on out there. I brought it to the board. I know a lot of them weren't here when I did that, but I have sounded the alarm. How it got out of hand, as Elaine did a very good job explaining that, there's a lot of reasons why. But this is long overdue. It needs to be done. I would shudder to think what would happen if we don't pass this and they continue in the way that they do. A lot of families are indigent, they're struggling, and they want this, and it's a big boost to them. Thank you, and I hope we support it.
Thank
I'll
you.
take up an offering now.
Member Oxley.
Yes, thank you. Joliet wants to take this over, and in numbers, they can increase and lower the water rate for it, actually. There is a taxing body attached to this district, which will go to Joliet. The EPA changes their standards every year. They have to upgrade it, and they can't afford to upgrade it without going crazy with their rates. We did this with Lockport Heights, Bonnie Brae Sanitary District, and the City of Lockport, combined them all 22 years ago. It's worked well. This is something Joliet's done with Fairmont. They're looking at doing here. We need to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. And back to Member Trinier.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. Elaine said it, but I want to make sure everybody understands. If we lose the CDBG money and Joliet pulls out and whatever other problems happen, this will just get sold to a private company. We have no obligation. At some point, if it becomes financially unfeasible for us to move forward, we would just say, okay, we're going to let somebody buy it. Is that correct?
Yes, that could be an option.
So we are not obligated to fix this no matter what happens. In other words, if we lose all the funding, our taxpayers are not going to be on the hook to fix this.
Correct. That'd be a decision that would be up to this Will County.
It'd be up to the next
Yes.
board, whatever board it is that decides. Okay. And then just to piggyback on what Member Brooks said, I would love to know the percentage of low-income homes. I suspect it's 100%. But that would be an interesting number to know. Would they be able to afford the new water rates that are going to come in 2030? Also another important question. Do they understand what it's going to cost? And then I would just say, I lived in so many homeowner associations where the board was unwilling or afraid. Oh, my neighbors won't like me anymore if I raise the association fee. And then later, huge problems. Huge problems. Beacon Ridge is an example. Winston Village is an example. Just two communities in my town. Other associations just totally disbanded because they didn't want to raise. And now you walk through those neighborhoods and the stairs are falling down, the windows are falling out, the doors are falling out, the roofs have holes in them. I mean, it's deplorable. And I can see how it happens because it's happened in my community. So this is not a big surprise to me. But do we know if they would be able to afford the water rates that are going to be coming?
Yes, so we've had some in-depth conversations with the district board itself, as well as the city of Joliet. We've been able to look at what their water bills and water rates currently are. And I'm blanking on what the exact amount that they're currently paying. We are expecting it to be comparable or the same.
All right, that's important. Thank you.
And Member Winfrey.
I thought I wasn't going to say anything, but I will just say these two things. And Brooks is right that this goes back a long way. As a matter of fact, he and I, along with at that time, our senator was McGuire. We had Larry Jr. We've had meetings with that district going back to almost the beginning of my time coming onto the board, and him being much older than me, going back to then as well. And so have been working on this for a long time, not only with them, but with the members of that sanitation district. This is a long-standing project. Ms. Bottomley mentioned that this is post-war. She means WW2. That goes back to 1950 was when that subdivision was first put in, at the beginning of it, in the well system, and it has not been really improved since then. Piping, transfer stations, pumps, all of that need to be redone. There are a number of people there who have been there since that time. Some of them newer in, some of it is rental property, some of it is directly owned, but all of it needs to be upgraded. It's a desperate situation. The boil orders are frequent, and I'm not talking once or twice a year. Sometimes it's not only boil, don't bathe in it, don't do anything with it. So it's past due, and it's not unlike any of the other projects we've had. We did the same thing in the Ridgewood area. You mentioned Bonnie Brae. We put CDBG money into that. We have others that are coming up. We dissolved the Rowell Avenue district and turned that over to the city. They are fine. They're doing well. That's also in Brooks, in my district. We have Ingalls Park, which is also in our district. That's going to be coming up. They need to be done as well. So this is an ongoing thing. We typically use CDBG money and whatever else is available. This time we had the advantage of the ARPA funding and the grant from Senator Duckworth. So this is just a consistent problem in our general area because the water systems are old and need to be improved. The good thing about this one is because they are just off of Chicago Street, which is Route 53 going south, the city of Joliet already has water lines down that way because they annexed the racetracks and things. So it's easier to tap on and pump the water on both sides of the street from there. So I encourage people to vote in support of this.
Thank you. Member Mitchell?
Okay, major apologies. Even though I'm not as new as some of our new members, I am newer. And I'm just so confused by the difference between what's happening at Lehman, and what's happening here. I'm just confused. I'm not, yeah.
No, I'll say it again. So.
No,
this-
I got
oh,
that.
Okay.
I have questions about that.
Yeah, okay.
Like they actually don't have water and they actually don't have sewer, and this seems more pressing. And I just think by comparison, that should be more pressing because they actually don't have it and they're living in squalor. I'm just trying to figure out why is it that, and I'm not, I just want,
This board is more than willing, if this board is more than willing to help fund that project as well, I think we've had some discussion on that. You can absolutely bring that up as well. Yeah.
Just help, that's
Yeah.
all. I was confused.
Yeah. Member Oxley.
Yes, on a comparison, the Bonnie Brae Sanitary District and the combination Lockport, the rates 23 years ago were lowered by 22% to the residents, and the garbage bill was cut in half. Currently, the rates are exactly what they were 23 years ago with the increases. So by numbers, Joliet will help these residents with this whole situation. It's worked well for Lockport.
Member Berkowitz, follow up?
Thank you, Madam Executive. Elaine, it might have been about a year and a half ago, there was a group that came before, I believe, Public Works, and they came to talk about the water table, and they indicated that there was a water shortage and there would soon be water issues because of the development in either New Lenox or Frankfurt or both. And I can't recall. I was trying to reflect back to the committee meeting. Michael knows where I'm going. Okay, thank you. Because again, I'm thinking with this, we should have an assessment and a table of, the situation where we're at with water and plan accordingly. Thank you.
And much appreciate this question. And since I'm up here with the microphone, I'm going to take a second to respond to Member Mitchell's inquiry. Those are the homes. They're on the north side of I-80, on the east side of just before Briggs, just after Briggs, west of Briggs. There are about 10 homes there. It's a very complicated issue We are in constant communication with many of the homeowners there. We're in constant communication with our health department. As recently as 2 or 3 weeks ago, I talked to the city of Joliet about some price estimates and see if anything had changed on an annexation potential. But it's a very complicated issue. I'd love to sit down with you further on it. If this board wants to discuss that, it's very pricey for the 8 to 10 homes. It makes it a very difficult situation to kind of figure out. But to Member Berkowitz's point, yes, there is a shallow aquifer issue without giving you like details on locations because I just don't know off the top of my head, but throughout the county, shallow aquifers are having water issues or are expected to have water issues. And so there's a group called the Will County Environmental Network that is looking at a shallow aquifer recharge plan. This board, in conjunction with Joliet Township, funded that study. We are just waiting on some language back from the Illinois Water Survey to start the process of that study. The Illinois Water Survey is through the University of Illinois down in Champaign. So their grants department, I'm expecting something this week. We just got to make sure the language is tight between what the county is going to be responsible for from last year's budget appropriation for this and what Joliet Township is going to be responsible for. But yes, that's going to get started this year. And so that we as a county have a long-term roadmap as to what we're looking at for future problems and any potential solutions.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that explanation. So now that will come back to Public Works, and it's our Public Works department within the county that handles this infrastructure, correct?
We do not have a water system that the county operates. And so there are other counties that do it differently. DuPage has their own water commission. We do not, right? So we are dependent on well water and municipal and or sanitary districts like you're seeing here.
Okay, all right, so that sheds a little more light. So again, this will put all of the responsibility and the authorization on Joliet, and the county is responsible for the money.
That's probably the best way to describe it. Joliet, we do not, as a county, as Will County, we do not have a water system, right? So Joliet will become the owner operator of the system. To Member Winfrey's point, Joliet is already the backup water for Southeast Joliet. So it's going to be an IEPA approval process and it's a flick of the switch.
Okay, so 2 points from that. So I would like to make sure that Joliet, they will provide regular scheduled reviews and updates on what they're doing. Okay, some accountability back to the county. So you can see that they're managing and doing the job correctly. The second thing is I have a concern that we don't have a water division because we are ultimately responsible for those residents in the unincorporated areas. And we have a lot of unincorporated. So that's a concern. I think we need to do something.
Can I take your first question first?
Sure.
This is a process that is regulated by the State Environmental Protection Agency and then also Public Health. So there are steps along the way. We were going to all be fully informed of all of those. Okay. To your second point, that is why this board thought it was important to fund the Illinois Water Survey for the county. That's going to, again, start this year. But we don't have a water division. We don't have anyone that is, turning a valve and turning on water for people. And so we are outsourcing that to the University of Illinois, Illinois Water Survey Division, which does that across the state for a lot of counties in similar positions as we are.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to going forward and talking about this. Thank you.
All right. I think we are done there. And yep. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. This is for number D. This is for 1D we're voting on, 1D.
Richmond. Yes. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Yes. O'Gala. Yes. Pretzel. Yes. Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Axley. Yes. Brooks. Winfrey. Yes. Bullock. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Ortiz. Yes. Berkowitz.
Hickey? Yes. Costa? Rainier? Yes. Van Dyne?
Yes.
20 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
All right, thank you. Number 2, 25-147, ordinance amending Will County Code and Ordinances, Title 1, General Provisions, Chapter 10, and I would like to make the motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Newquist. Is there any discussion? Is there a previous? Previous O'Gala, seconded by Brooks. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Congrats. Resolution 25-148, ordinance amending the Will County Code of Ordinances, Title, I don't know, looks like 12 to me. 3?
That's a hard one to read.
That is. Administration, Chapter 30, County Board. I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Newquist. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Executive, this next item, I would like to put it on the floor and then make a brief comment, if you don't mind. Resolution 25-149, and an ordinance amending Chapter 41, our purchasing code, Section 41-004, definitions and creating a new section establishing local location preferences for public works projects. Okay, easy to
Motion
say.
You got a motion, yeah.
Yeah,
Motion
make a
by,
motion.
motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Trenary. All right, back to you, sir.
Thank you. After talking with some board members and the conversations that we had at executive committee, I feel very, very confident to stick with the responsible bidder portion of this ordinance. I believe the red line and blue line copy has been given out. So, and there's a reason to move forward with at least the responsible bidder portion. I believe there's bipartisan support on this. It does set the standards for responsible bidders. And in this ordinance change, it does require the contractors to provide proof of legal registration, tax compliance, workers' comp insurance. It requires them to pay prevailing wage and follow labor laws. It also requires them to have a substance abuse policy, also participating, I'm trying too fast here, in OSHA safety training, requires them to use approved apprenticeship programs, and also disclose their past project performance and legal safety violations. As far as the local preference goes, I feel that the county board members had mentioned some pretty good ideas and suggestions. And also, I would like the opportunity for our chief of staff, our state's attorney's office, and also your legal counsel to come up with some possibly some better and tighter language for the local preference portion. So I would like to make that amendment on this ordinance.
So there's a motion to amend item number 4. Is there a second to the amendment? I think he gave you a copy no?
Yes,
Oh.
yes.
So why don't you repeat
So
what the
my-
amendment, yeah.
So my amendment is to take the local preference portion.
What
of-
color is it in the
I think
sheet?
it's blue.
All right.
And I would like to move that, give like I said before, give everyone the opportunity to make some tighter language on that. So I would like that portion to be brought forward at June's meeting. So
So you're
I want to
voting
stick. with- I
as
wanna s-
amended.
Yeah, as amended.
All right. So, okay, there's a motion by Van Dyne. There's a seconded by Trenier. We'll answer questions now. Do you have a question? Okay, go ahead, Member Trenier.
I apologize because I could not be at the caucus last night. Grandchildren.
Hmm.
So we would just be passing this as it's written, and the blue part, which was here, is now stricken.
That's my
And
understanding.
then we're going to work on tighter language with some advice from the attorneys, because they always got to be involved, for the June meeting. But the rest of it would be as written.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. Okay, I'm all good.
Right.
I like the coin flip.
Member, okay.
So Joe, then I'm confused here a little bit. So this is amending the ordinance and everything is being replaced here, or just what's read?
This ordinance presented to us has been updated from 1992. So we will be voting on this new ordinance. I would say it's been amended. But it is as is. But the blue section, I want to give an
Take that out.
opportunity, more opportunity to tighten up some language on that in June. So it is as you read.
But the black part is new too.
The black part is all new then.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's all new.
Well,
Because the original document we got was like all
I-
red.
Yeah, I was good. New from the ordinance that's currently in place or new from what was presented to the executive committee? I think there's what do you mean by new?
So this is, the last ordinance was from 1992, so obviously something needs to change, right? And so then everything that we see in black is changing what it was?
Yeah, correct. It is. And then and that was what was presented to the executive committee was in black. And then additional changes after it came out from executive committee are in red and blue.
Okay.
So, just to be clear.
Okay, so then my next question is, with this, the way it's written, does it prohibit somebody who would be a non-union shop if they were following all the rules to apply?
No.
It would not
No.
prohibit them. So this is just make sure that they're doing OSHA and everything that they should, but they could be a non-union shop and still qualify for a bid if their bid was accepted.
Correct.
Yeah, but it talks about you have to have the apprenticeship.
Member, Leader Richmond?
Thank you. So I'm all for us updating our things, especially if it's from 1992. I guess the question is I always like to pull a cake out of the oven when it's fully done. And in this case here, I'd like to have it, let's just do it once and get it over with. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be a pain, but at the same token too, is there any pressing issue that if we do it today versus next month?
Thank you. Good question. And I know in executive, we talked about our bids are becoming much tighter. Bid 3 weeks ago is within $2. A bid 2 weeks ago, the second and third places were tied at a $2.2 million bid. And then something else that's in here that's going to help us is subcontractor language. And so we had an issue as recently as 48 hours ago where there was a potential unauthorized subcontractor on a job that we then had to sort out and deal with, which would be eliminated when they have to register their subs previous to starting work on the project.
So did you say that numbers 2 and 3 were tied?
Correct.
So number 1 was still a viable winning bid.
Number 1 was a viable bid, but we are just seeing more and more tighter bids. And so we want to have language in place to make sure that we are doing everything possible to limit liability on the county for procurement.
Mr. Richmond, too, I'm going to add to that, and I shared this yesterday. I don't know if we're in differing opinions here. I don't know if we'll ever come to an agreement on the local control piece too. That is, we are debating that. We have different lawyer opinions on that one. So that's why, because we had talked to the speaker regarding whether or not we just hold it as well, but we do not know if we'll come to an agreement on that piece. So at least you'll have this language in there.
Ah. Okay.
I mean, yeah, I guess,
This might be the final.
yeah. I mean, a dollar's a dollar and your low bid is low bid, so a dollar wins. And I guess I mean, you see it all the time. Well, I shouldn't say you see it all the time. It sounds as though it's happening occasionally, and I don't see that would be that big of a deal if it's 2 people are tied at number 2 and number 3. I don't know.
I mean, significant because then when if you had a bid where you had a tie disqualifications, and then you're obviously going to be exposed to liability as to how you drew those disqualifications up. So this language we feel is necessary to update what we've been operating off of to help avoid any liability on those issues. And the location preference, we had some members bring up great points at executive. Member Butler brought up some very good points. Member Oxley brought up some good points. And so we're just going to keep exploring that issue and hopefully bring something back on that in June that's workable within the parameters of the county procurement laws of the state.
Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So I guess I'm just confused and I need to make sure I understand this correctly. Does this, as it's written, does it allow non-union county companies to bid?
Yeah, that's been asked and answered, yes.
Okay, so any company can submit a bid even if they're non-union?
Correct.
Okay. And they wouldn't be required, and with subcontractors, if it's a union company that wins the bid, but they hire a subcontractor, does that subcontractor also have to be union or not?
Well, usually if it's a union company, they're not going to hire
They
a
will.
subcontractor
Okay.
that's not union, yeah.
Thank you.
Member Ortiz? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that there's a Scrivener error in the third paragraph in the second line. And timely completion of projects are not necessarily insured. It should say insured. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, why don't you repeat so we have it on? Oh, I turned you off too, sorry. No, I'm using the wrong one. That's the problem.
So whereas the County of Will, the third paragraph, has determined the quality of workmanship, efficient operation, safety, and timely completion of projects that are not necessarily insured by awarding a contract, it should say insured, E-N. No, we're talking about ensuring that it happens. We're making sure.
We've noted it. Thank you.
Okay,
You're
thank
right.
you
Yeah,
so
you're
much.
actually, yeah. We have, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to match numbers. Member Butler.
So I just want to be clear, and I know the question has been asked, but sometimes, the answers could be a little misleading. Only union companies will meet these requirements. Only union companies. There's no private company that I know of that could meet all these requirements. And this is for all work through Public Works, because the only thing they left out of here that wasn't included was chicken catcher. I'm pretty sure. Because it pretty much covers everything. And again, only union. So I'm just, I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying there's no way any non-union company would ever be able to meet these requirements.
Member Oxley?
I have to agree with Mr. Butler. On page 4, paragraph J, it's about the Department of Labor apprenticeship successor organizations. The unions comply with that, the non-union companies don't, because they don't have the availability to that because of their apprenticeship programs. City of Joliet has a variance in their ordinance. It's a cap for non-union companies to pay prevailing wage and follow the benefit programs up to $50,000. This strictly throws any non-union company out of this. And as far as the credit towards local contractors, I think that's a great thing, but we can't have a 50-mile radius. We'd be having every city of Chicago contractor here. We should look at something of putting the Will Grundy Contractors Association in that. Because they're members here. There are residents. There are people. Spend money with the people that spend money with us. I think we should table this for today till we get every answer clarified and vote on it one time.
Thank you. Member Trenier.
Yeah, just a follow-up. The first document we got was all red, or darn near. So what you're stating is that once it passed an executive, it became black, like we already passed it. And so these are just the changes that were made after executive committee. And I thought that was the blue part, but you're telling me both the red and the blue are from after executive committee. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood. And if I heard correctly from Mike, what he's looking for is for us to pass this today because there's a chance that that blue section can't be ironed out and discussed.
Well, I said that. That,
Yeah.
to be fair, that was my
Oh, sorry,
statement.
your statement. That's okay. I just want to make sure that I understood what we were looking at. There may be a chance that we can't come up with anything for local preference. And so then it would just stand as we have it. Okay, thank you.
Member Dean Schlotman.
Yes, to what Mr. Oxley said about it being only, union companies would be able to do this. There's a lot of very well-trained veterans that come out of military service who start businesses that are capable of doing public work projects. And so I guess we're just going to overlook all of the veterans who are trying to get to work. I have an issue with it, making it, so we can't allow other entities to bid for that because they may not have been union, but I know for a fact that they have been trained very well in what they do. So I have a hard time looking at this thinking that, well, I guess we're just gonna overlook veterans organizations.
Member Balich.
I want to make a motion to table this or postpone it, whichever is the right word, for a month.
We have a motion to table the postponed, or which one you want to do? What did you say? I'm sorry.
Motion to you want to call table?
I'm gonna go.
Motion to table or postpone, whatever's the right word, for 1 month to bring the whole thing back when it's completed.
We have a motion to postpone the amended resolution, right, till next month. That's correct. It will go right back to the board then, right? Yeah.
Do you want to postpone it or do you want to send it back to committee for more work?
We'll send it back to committee.
Okay, so we have a motion to refer it back to committee. We have a second by Member Butler. If you could turn your lights off, unless you're going to talk on this item, we're going to take a vote to postpone it back to committee, put it back to committee. Go ahead, you're on, sir, Mr. Van Dyne.
Oh, thank you. I respect your opinion on trying to ask for a table to get some more information. But like you had mentioned, the sections that are removed with the local preferences, there might not be an answer in the very near future. So I would prefer to at least go along with the responsible bidder. So I'm hoping that the board members are ready to vote on it today.
Okay, all the folks with the light are talking about the tabling. Okay, Member Dean Schlotman.
Respectfully, as a teacher, when I want an assignment, I want a complete assignment. I do not want part of it. I do not want it turned in later. I do not want a portion of it. So I can't support going forward with something that is partially complete. I would give my student an incomplete or a 0 until it was complete. So I want a complete ordinance before I can vote yes or no.
Thank you. Member Berkowitz on the tabling.
I would like this whole thing to go back to committee because
That's what we're voting on.
And the reason why is because I asked a question, does this eliminate the ability for non-union companies to bid? I was told, no, it does not. And now I've heard that item K creates a burden and sometimes an impossibility for companies that are not union owned. And for that reason, that contradicts the answer I was given. So I'd like more information. I want to make sure that whatever we pass, we are not excluding the tax-paying corporations and businesses in this county that deserve to have an opportunity, an equal opportunity to bid on our jobs. So I'm asking that people consider that we at least bring it back to committee and let's allow people to have a conversation. Thank you.
Member Oxley on the tabling.
Yes, and I would request that we look at the city of Joliet's ordinance for this also to include small contractors. Because typically most of our projects are large projects, but this excludes small contractors on any small project. Item J does and stuff of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Butler on the tabling.
On the postponing, on tabling, there is no discussion. Just so everybody knows, there would
We're
be
going
no-
back to committee.
There would be no discussion if it was being tabled. Okay, the importance here is if there is any part of this that you would like to have tweaked at all, it would be better to refer back to committee. That gives us an opportunity to have this thing tailored to the way we want it. Moving forward with this as is basically saying we're not going to do anything else, because that's exactly what will happen, just as a matter of habit. It's very hard after this gets done to bring it up and to have things added. So if you are concerned about having anything tweaked, this is the best opportunity to have that happen.
Member Bullock?
What committee are we referring this back to?
It would be executive. That's where it started.
And then the executive committee would have conversations in their next committee meeting at some point to go through this language, or?
Presumptually, yeah, I don't run the committees.
Yes, who's in charge of?
This is what we're voting on. Some people want it to go, so this is what we're voting on.
Right, I
Take it
just
back.
want it, but if we're referring this to the committee, I want to know what committee it's going to, and I want to know if the work is going to then be done.
I'm going
for this to come back.
to let Speaker Van Dyne address that.
Yeah,
one.
if the board chooses at this moment to send it back to committee, it would be on the next agenda for discussion.
Hold on, don't yell out. We're just go ahead, finish your follow-up.
So then what is the process for getting information to the executive committee for changes to this?
It's going to be presented as is next month, and then it'll be up for discussion for the committee members to make them changes, and then staff will be directed to rewrite it if we pass it to full board. Does that make sense?
Member Butler?
Yeah, so I guess technically, when they refer back to committee, you should specify which committee. I personally thought that since it's an ordinance, that it went back to the ordinance committee and then given to the executive, and it goes through that process. The ordinance committee is actually the committee that actually does the groupthink or whatever and hashes it out and then presents their best version back to the executive committee, where it is further reviewed and decided whether or not it's ready for the county board agenda.
Well, we are voting on it in the executive committee right now. It's in the executive committee. So that when you said to refer it back to committee, the natural assumption is the committee it's in. And that's, he did not make a clarification, so. He would have had been a responsibility. And again, we're in the executive committee too. So, and this is where he's placed it. Yeah. All right. I think we have everyone. Oh, I didn't see you there.
Member Bullock, I think I understood what you were saying, and if there's anything that you would want any one of us to add, or if you attended or just told us what you wanted, added, we'd be more than willing to bring your thoughts with us. If you're not on that committee, I can't. But if you need it, just tell us and we'll present your stuff.
You
Right.
Can you can.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So now we are voting on referring it back to committee. Madam Clerk, please take, this is referring back to committee. We're voting on. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Richmond? Williams? No. Jean Schlottman? Yes. O'Gala? Yes. Pretzel? Butler? Yes. Newquist? No. Balich? Yes. Oxley?
Yes.
Brooks?
No.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan?
Yes.
Freeman? Mitchell? Ortiz? Yes. Berkowitz? Yes. Hickey? No. Costa? Rainier? No. Van Dyne?
No.
No. So now we are back at the original amendment. So we have a motion and a second. And is there any further discussion on the amendment, which is removing the local preference language? All right, Madam, Member O'Gala, this is, yeah.
So I have a question for Mary. So I agree with removing the blue for further discussion. That's good. My question is, if I wanted to make a motion to amend something else, would I amend the motion to amend to include removing the blue and what I'd like to have? I'm not sure what the order should be.
It sounds like she went,
All right, so there's a motion to amend on the floor right now. I think we have to get through that motion I mean, I guess you could add a further amendment. It just seems like we're piling on. I just don't want to lose
It's an
track of
easy
what's
amendment.
happened.
It'd be an
Okay.
easy amendment. Okay.
All right.
So I'd like to make a motion to amend this resolution, or is it an ordinance, to keep the blue out as it is, and also to remove J from page 4, to remove that, to ensure that we are able to have any competent company apply, that's a small business company, a small company that does not have this apprenticeship program, because that does disqualify all companies that are non-union. So while a non-union company could go ahead and apply, they would be disqualified because they're not going to satisfy J. So I'd like to make the motion to remove the blue and paragraph J.
we don't have to remove the blue. It's just what, yeah, so.
Okay, then
with
make
this
the motion
remove
to amend
J.
to
You
remove
want-
J.
Okay, so we have a motion to remove J and then a seconded by Berkowitz. Is there any discussion on the removal of J? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. No. Dean Schlottman. O'Gala. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Rainier. Van Dyne.
No.
No. With 11 negative, the motion fails. We're back to the original amendment. Any discussion on the original amendment? Madam Clerk, please call, or we can do a previous. Is there going to be any changes? So you want to do a previous roll call?
No, because I want to be a yes.
Okay, all right. Oh, that's true. What am I thinking? Yeah. What am I thinking? Yeah, sorry. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Yeah.
Richmond.
This is approving as Joe presented it, yeah, as Speaker Joe.
No. No. Williams. Dean Schlottman. O'Gala. Butler. No. Newquist. Balich. Oxley.
No.
Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Rainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Yes. 11 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, next executive committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, June 12th, 2025. We do have appointments by the county executive. Would this board prefer that I read them individually? No? Okay, thank you. Resolution 25-150, approving appointments by the county executive for Manhattan Fire Protection District, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Winfrey. Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. O'Gala. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz.
Hickey? Yes. Costa? Trienier? Yes. Van Dyne?
Yes.
20 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Resolution 25-151, approving appointment by the county executive for agricultural area committee, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Butler. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, she does? Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to have an abstention from Member Ogala. Yeah.
Congratulations, Judy. Number 3, 25-152, approving appointments by the county executive for CDBG Home Advisory Board, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll. Would you like to be a yes there, Member Ogala? Okay. Seconded by Hickey. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
And lastly, 25-153, approving appointments by the county executive for Bonnie Bray Forest Manor Sanitary District, and I will make that motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll call by Ballage, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. And moving on, we have public comments. Are there any comments relevant to matters under the jurisdiction of the county today? This is when you gentlemen come up. Yep. You've been very patient. Please just state your name for the record, sir.
My name is James Drover. Good afternoon, board. I'm here to speak to you all about the county expansion that you guys approved just 2 months ago. Now, it was made clear to me that this board views that expansion as old news, though I want you to know that public outcry is still very extreme, and there is still a lot of pressure to get this motion rescinded, which by Illinois law, this chamber does have the ability to do. Now, I'm a little bit confused, board, because today I heard a lot of talk about safety, about depreciation of value, but that didn't seem to stop you from passing this dangerous quarry extension, which, to my understanding, in March of this year, a man was killed by fly rock from this quarry. So when history repeats itself, but this time it's a kid going to Liberty Elementary School, the school that I attended, I hope you can consciously sit with your decision. But I could continue to tell you about how dangerous this quarry is, but you already know that. I could tell you how environmentally threatening it is, but you already know that. I could tell you how it doesn't make any economic sense for the area, but you already know that. What I want to talk to you about today is how deeply unpopular it is. In the last week, a petition has circulated among students just through social media against this quarry expansion and has garnered nearly 500 signatures just through social media. So allow me to get this straight. If the students don't approve this, if the mayor of Plainfield and the townships of Wheatland don't approve this, if the school district does not approve this, if the families of the area do not approve this, remind me, who is it that you represent? Your authority comes from your constituents, and it ends at your constituents. So please, consider rescinding this dangerous expansion. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? All right, we're going to move on to comments by board members. We're going to start with Mr. Butler.
So I just usually don't give, I don't usually give these comments, but I thought it was appropriate today. Robert's Rules was created for quick and productive meetings. And I know many times the chair is kind of under criticism, constructive criticism by maybe me. I might have suggested a few things after a meeting. There's about a 50-50 chance that she listens, but she, sometimes appreciates what I have to say. But but we also have responsibilities to participate in that guideline under Robert's rules. And, unless you're Jesus, please, no parables, no personal stories during, these questions and try to ask questions that are pertinent and don't make statements. Let's try to separate our questions during public comment from the statements that you might make while in discussion when a matter comes to the floor for a vote, because we're going to be double doing things. And I know it's hard, and maybe I'm guilty of it too sometimes, but we got to be conscious of the time. I know this is probably one of the main reasons why people don't want to do public hearings, because it can be very lengthy. But I think if we all practiced a little restraint and organized our thoughts and wrote them down and spoke during the appropriate times, we could really cut down on how much time that these public hearings take. And then also, please listen to the other members. And if your question's been answered, don't ask it again, because that happens a lot. So, and my last thing I just want to say is, because it's kind of a pet peeve of mine, tabling is different than postponing. Tabling, you cannot have discussion. So it does make a difference. We should all learn the rules, and these meetings would go along very quickly. Thank you.
You're looking at me, but you understand, I do my best at trying to keep people focused. So, yeah. Well, I try to keep people focused. I can't stop the story time though. Sorry. Moving on to Member Hickey.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I was on the fence about bringing this up, but because it's national news, but I did think that there's a strong Will County connection, and it's been front page news. So I hope you will join me in congratulating our former Will County resident, who was formerly known as Robert Prevost, on his election to the papacy. Pope Leo XVI was elected the Bishop of Rome on May 8th. And I just wanted to memorialize the Will County connection. So well done.
Member Logan.
Thank you. I just wanted to, to do a shout out to the Sheriff's Department. I was at the Shanahan Mother's Day Walk for Pink Heels, and there had to be, 1,200 people there, 1,300 people there. And we walked all the streets very safely, courtesy of the Will County Sheriff. So I just want to make sure that they know it was appreciated.
Did you have pink heels?
And probably a pink t-shirt. Member Balich.
Yeah, I just want to discuss a little bit about what we were told at the Committee of the Whole, because in my mind, when someone calls me up about anything concerning the county, they're calling me to have a question that they want answered. And it's our job as county board members to do our best to reach out to them or find out the answer that they need or whatever. So when we're told we can't talk about any land use cases, and then we can't even talk about an idea of a land use case that might come forward. Everybody, I'm looking at this in a different way, because we all represent the whole county. I represent everybody in this county. I get calls from all over the place, and they're asking me what's my opinion on something, and it's usually land use. And I tell them what my opinion is. Doesn't say I'm going to vote for them. It just says that's my opinion. And sometimes I'll tell them, well, if you move this might be better or that. It's just my opinion, my advice. And it goes for everybody in this room. We should be allowed to give advice to anybody that calls us. We should be allowed to talk to anybody that calls us, because we're supposed to respect all the citizens in Will County. And if somebody calls you and say, well, I can't talk to you because it's a land use case, that's not being very respectful to somebody that's calling you for help. And I mean, it's really serious to me, that if someone asks me for help, I try to help them. That's how I got raised. You know, and I'm trying to stop with my bad words. I haven't said any swear words in a long time. And I'm trying to stop all that kind of stuff because it offends people. But I grew up on the south side of Chicago. And when you get excited, you start saying things that using words and language that other people don't like. But that's why when I say something is bad, I might say a different word for bad because I'm excited. But I'm trying to curb that for everybody so I don't offend you no more, okay? But at the same time, let's get back to the point I'm talking about. We all have to stand together and make it, maybe we have to make an ordinance change that we're not going to obey what we're told by the state of Illinois, that we can't talk to our residents. Because I guarantee you, if somebody calls you and you tell them, hey, I can't talk to you because you're talking about land use, you're going to lose somebody's faith in you. And if you lose the faith of the people that are calling you, you might as well not be on the board here. You know, we got to help each other. You know, and when we did that 143rd Street, there were 3 board members from the Democrat side that came over because they recognized what was going on. And, you know, and I did learn something from the state's attorney. I always thought that if something was there, like when I brought up an example of an airport, the airport is there first, and then the homes came, too bad. Well, that don't count no more. So it doesn't go by that. So we're not supposed to vote based on who was there first. You know, so there's a lot I did learn from it, but at the same time, I disagree that I can't talk to people. So I don't know what the answer is. So, I mean, I'm asking for a legal written opinion from the state's attorney, and that might clarify it. I don't know. But if it doesn't, then I would ask that Joe and Jim get together and they create some kind of ordinance that overrides what the state says. Because we probably are the only county that's told what they can do with land use. I don't think any other place limits what a county board member can say to a resident. And if you think there is, you know, I know a lot of county board members from Cook County, and they they talk to everybody about everything in the world, and we can't.
You're going to have to wrap up. I think you have your
Yeah,
3 minutes. You know,
I'm done. But God bless everybody and have a great Memorial Day, and God bless the soldiers.
Yes, thank you. And please make note of Steve's new coat. He's very proud of that coat. So make sure we all recognize that. So we're going on to leadership. We have either of our leaders need to speak? Oh, I'm sorry. We still have board members. I'm sorry. Member Trenier?
I just wanted to say how much I enjoyed the portion of yesterday's committee of the whole that I was able to attend. I did not at any point feel like the staff told us that we couldn't speak to our constituents. I felt that they were giving us advice about how to speak to our constituents. I would certainly hate to give my constituents some advice on something to do, and they did it, and they spent money on it, and then it turned out that the rest of the board didn't agree. So I think it's really important that we're careful in how we speak to our constituents. And I would urge my fellow board members to watch the video. I believe it was provided today via email. I was unable to attend the last few minutes where they talked, well, I'm assuming it was a few minutes, not an hour, about FOIA, but I do plan on watching the video on the FOIA portion. And in fact, probably will rewatch the entire thing because it was very informative and from me personally, long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of the leadership? I'm not seeing lights. Anyone? All right. Member Richmond?
I'll just be real quick. I know I did mention this in Forest Preserve. About a week and a half ago, we had a silver alert for a gentleman in the Mokina area. Will County Sheriff's, the Forest Preserve District Police, Mokina Police, Mokina Fire Department, and if I'm missing somebody, I apologize, but they all worked together and they were able to find this gentleman probably 2 miles deep into the forest preserve, and he walked away from the Home Depot. So great work by everybody working together and finding this gentleman, because it was late in the day and it did get cold that night, so we could have had a very bad outcome to the story. So thank you to everybody who worked on that.
Speaker Van Dyne.
Thank you. I would just like to let the county board members know that we did have a committee of the whole at Sunny Hill Nursing Home. Maggie McDowell, the director, had given us a lot of information right off the bat and provided some soft drinks and pastries. But we were also blessed with having 2 residents there that could also speak on their experience at Sunny Hill. And actually, one of the elderly gentlemen that was speaking to us was a funeral home director in his during his career. And he said that he had spent a lot of time in nursing homes because of his profession. And he said he has never in his life had seen a better nursing home than Sunny Hill. And it was a very, very nice tour. You could just feel the love and the happiness that goes on at this place from the workers and the residents. And I just want the county board members to know, like, any chance you get to go over there and take a tour, I promise you will enjoy it. And all of us and the previous board members should be proud of what we've done over there, because they call it the hidden gem of Will County. So you all should be very proud. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, I need we do have executive committee, but I need a motion to adjourn. We have a motion. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You have to make a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of litigation and collective bargaining. So we have a motion by Trenier, seconded by Costa. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Ogella. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Mr. Balich. He's leaving, okay. Oxley. He's gone. Mr. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Yes. Mitchell. Ortiz. Yes. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier was a yes, and Van Dyne.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have no action after executive committee. Can I please get a motion to recess until June 18th? Motion by Mitchell, seconded by Trenier. All in favor? Any opposed? Meeting recessed.